Good morning. Welcome to the Legislative and Public Outreach Committee meeting for Thursday, August 22nd. I am Chair Jerry Buckowitz. As we discuss the items on the agenda today, I will be calling on directors who push their speaker button. Please limit your comments to matters not already addressed and state all your points when you have a chance to speak so we can move through our agenda. Nydia, please call the roll.
Chair Buckowitz.
Present.
Vice Chair Ray.
Present.
Vice Chair Steiner. Here. Director Acosta. Croucher. Ike. Hilliker.
Here.
Leahy.
Here.
Lines.
Here.
Medaffer. Quaylen.
Here.
Serrano's absent. Whitburn. Yamane.
Here.
Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. I do not have any additions to the agenda. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any members of the public wishing to comment on any item listed on the Legislative and Public Outreach Committee agenda.
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press *9 if you are listening by phone. I don't see any.
Seeing none, I'll move on to the chair's report. Are there any directors that want to make comments? There is one item on the consent calendar this month. The item is to adopt a position of support on the Federal Improving Atmospheric River Forecast Act, authored by Senator Alex Padilla. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved. Second.
Moved in second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
You just said what?
Just aye? Yeah. Aye. 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 Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none. There are two action discussion presentation items this month. Up next, Government Relations Manager Megan Corliss will provide a government relations update along with updates from our federal advocate and our state advocate. Megan?
Good morning. I'm going to have a brief update on a few things going on, and then I'm going to hand it over to our lobbyists, and then happy to answer any questions that you may have. So just a couple of things on the federal side. We're continuing to follow real close the budget process as appropriation requests are moving through. On the House side, you remember we have some money that's included for Moosa Canyon for that project. So far it's moved forward. We haven't had any issues with it, so it did get lowered to $850,000. So they did change that amount, but it is moving forward at this point in time. So we're following that. On the Senate side, they still have not moved on our appropriations requests yet. So once that happens, I'll make sure to alert everybody. One thing that is happening on the federal side, the Water Resources Development Act, better known as WRDA, has moved on the House side, and then it needs to be heard on the Senate side. This continues to be a bipartisan issue, and it's one of those issues that usually does get resolved even after the election, when a lot of times there's not much happening. That is one thing that usually continues to move and get passed. On the state side, the legislature returned on August 5th, and they'll adjourn on August 31st. The bill that we talked a lot about last month and that the board took an oppose unless amended position on, Senate Bill 1255 by Senator Durazo, that had to do with low-income support, that was held in appropriations. So the Department of Finance had sent out a report that talked about the costs that it would take for the state board for some of the reporting that would have to happen on that. And so because of that cost issue, it was held in appropriations. We do expect that there's a good chance that something will come back next year, and Senator Durazo is going to continue to work with the sponsors on that. So we're going to be, during the when the the legislature's out of session, we're going to continue to have conversations with both the sponsor and Senator Durazo to make sure that if anything comes back, we can try and get something that works for all of our member agencies. And then our sponsored legislation, Senate Bill 1342, is in the floor process on the Assembly side, and we haven't had any opposition to that. One thing I wanted to note that all of the member agencies will be seeing soon is I'm beginning to go through our legislative policy guidelines for 2025. So right now, I just sent it internally to staff for any updates that they may have, and then I'll send it to the member agency legislative liaisons for any input that they have. And I'll be bringing that back for a first look in October and then for adoption in November. I will also be sending out any bill proposals, so if there's any member agency that wants the Water Authority to sponsor legislation next year, I'll be sending that form out for that. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Katie to give us our federal update.
Thanks, Megan. Can everybody hear and see me? Yes? Okay, great. So first, I'll kind of dive into more of the political update, what's happening in D.C. We've seen a landmark shift in mood around D.C. When it comes to the presidential race. If you think about it, a few weeks ago, President Trump was shot and Biden really couldn't get out of his own way, and it was all but certain that Trump was going to win. Then we had Biden drop out and Kamala Harris was hand-chosen, and the dynamics have shifted. There's a lot more excitement in the Democrat Party right now with Harris being at the top of the ticket, which I think will be official as of today at the convention. And they're outraising Republicans by far. While Harris is up in the national polls, it's way too soon to call anything. At this point, I think Clinton in 2016 was up in the polls. So we're really just going to have to see, how the next few weeks shake out. Anything can happen in October. When it comes to the House and the Senate, the House really could go either way. The biggest states to watch with the most vulnerable seats for Republicans are New York and California. With Harris being at the top of the ticket, that could help the Democrats with the vulnerable Republican seats that they're going after. We've also seen a shift in House Democrats politics as well. We've seen 2 squad members lose their primaries to more moderate and pragmatic members. And so we're just going to have to, like I said, wait and see who takes the majority. Whoever takes the majority, whether it's Republicans keeping it or Democrats taking it, it's still going to be a very small majority threshold. When it comes to the Senate, it's still all but certain that it will flip, and we'll see some committee shakeups with Senator Manchin retiring at the Energy and Natural Resources Committee. If Republicans, do take the Senate, it'll most likely be Senator Mike Lee from Utah. When it comes for a federal policy update, both the House and the Senate have been out all of August. They get back the second week of September. When they do, there's only going to be 15 legislative days left before the election. The Senate's going to be in all 15 days, and the House will be in for 13 of those. When they get back, all eyes are going to be on federal funding and appropriations and what will happen with the CR or continuing resolution. We've known for months since the beginning of this year, there's going to be a CR. Right now, it's a matter of how long. Typically around this time, even when it's not an election year, presidential election year, we usually see a CR go through December. But right now, the Freedom Caucus Republicans, the more right-leaning Republicans, are demanding a longer CR to go through the beginning of next year because they hope and think Trump will win, and they want his fingerprints on any kind of federal funding. Now, I believe if Trump does lose the White House presidential election, we could see a shift in their strategy there. Speaker Johnson, he has a tough job ahead because there's quite a few members in the Freedom Caucus, and Republicans have less than a 5 majority threshold. So it's going to be hard, and they're going to need Democrats to support any kind of CR or omnibus after the election. Senate appropriators think that we'll be able to move appropriations bills a lot faster and get through them after the election. They are going to be trying to move some of the bills in September as well. There's still major bills, legislative bills to pass. I know Megan mentioned WRDA. There's also the Farm Bill. There's some healthcare policies. So we're going to have to, none of these are going to move before the election. And so it's going to be all hands on deck and for what we call the lame duck, which is after the election. Federal funding, despite the CR, both the House and Senate will still be working to pass their respective appropriations bills. I know Megan mentioned Moosa Canyon has submitted a project by Vargas, so we're waiting for House action. And then the Emergency Operations Center, which was submitted by Padilla, they have not released the legislative text for that specific appropriations bill, so we're keeping an eye on that. Federal grants, we have several out that we're just waiting to hear back from agencies, and there's more in the works. We have a meeting on the books with the Department of Transportation, and we're going to be working to schedule one with HUD, the Housing Department, thinking outside of the box other than typical water-related agencies to see what other kind of federal funding we can go after. As far as that, I'll open it up to if anyone has any questions.
No questions? Thank you.
We'll hand it over to Bob Giroux to give us the state update.
Hi. I think, given Kristen and I talked late yesterday afternoon, and I believe Jamie has asked Kristen to give an update on PUC activities regarding San Vicente, so we'll kind of double team this one. I don't have a lot to report. Megan reported that our sponsored bill, SB 1342, the CEQA streamlining for San Vicente and the Tijuana water treatment facility. It is in the third reading process. It is on the assembly floor in third reading, but I do want to say that this session does end next week. There seems to be a lot of friction between the two houses and the governor at this point. So there's some hostage taking. Our bill, for instance, was on the consent calendar on August 12th, and it was removed by by Assemblymember Aguirre Curry and put back on third reading, and that was about 37. So there's a little bit of hostage taking. It'll be fine. It's just a little fight between the two houses, and that's kind of played out in the last week in the Appropriations Committee's suspense. The Senate has their energy package that Senator McGuire wants, the permitting package Senator McGuire wants. The Assembly has their version of a package, and the governor has his version of a package. So at this point, I'm hoping a stalemate will break on those things, but it doesn't look, I don't have a lot of confidence in that, because we're looking at deadlines for amending on both floors to be close of business tomorrow and at the latest Saturday in order for things to be taken up and moved out of both houses by the end. But I think we've given enough of these reports that you all are used to end of session acrimony. So I will say that we did have a good year overall, given the budget crisis. And Megan, I would say that on next year's, on the 2025 perspectives, that you should make room for a bond appropriations bill in the event that the climate bond does pass. Right now it's in the high 60s, which I think is giving everyone a little fear, but we'll see what happens in the next 74 days. So that would be a large part of the legislative package for next year. In the event the bond passes. I am happy to answer any questions. We are, as you know, all of you, I sent you and staff an update on the November elections, the prospectus, earlier this month. So I'm not going to go all over the politics in Sacramento. We do have 20 members leaving the Assembly between the two parties, and there are 12 leaving the Senate. So we're going to have another large turnover next year, some of which, as you know, are in the San Diego County delegation. So, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mel?
Morning, Bob. It's Mel Katz. Going back to the climate bond, why is there people nervous at it being 60%? Doesn't it only need 50% to pass? Number one, and is there any organized opposition to the bond?
Well, two good questions, Director Katz. Generally speaking, we like to have things a little over 60% at this point because we have basically 2.5 months to go before Election Day. So it's just a comfort level. I think we're right there teetering on passage. It does need a majority vote to pass, but it's basically the way that things play out. So if you're polling everybody that you think is going to vote at this point, it's right around 60%, 59, 60%. But, you know, that is taking into account that everybody we poll is going to vote. So, you know, it's not a nail biter at this point, but it's just something to watch.
In opposition? Organized opposition?
Yeah, I'm sorry. The only opposition that has surfaced is the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association. There's no organized opposition.
Other questions?
We're going to have Kristen just give one quick brief update on something that just happened.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to give a quick update on some happenings at the CPUC over the last month. You'll recall that last year, AB 1373 related to central procurement. We were successful with Senator Atkins' help and others getting the San Vicente project included in what could be authorized for central procurement at the Department of Water Resources. About a month ago, the CPUC came out with its proposed decision to authorize various technologies for DWR to include in central procurement. And to our surprise, the San Vicente project was left out of that original proposed decision. And so we all got to work with the Water Authority, with the City of San Diego, and reached out to President Alice Reynolds at the CPUC, as well as Senator Toni Atkins, who very quickly responded and wrote her own letter to President Reynolds, encouraging and urging the PUC to change that and modify that decision. And the great news is, just this Tuesday, the CPUC came out with its revised proposed decision, which does include the San Vicente project in its authorizations for what DWR can ultimately include in its central procurement decisions. So a real win for the Water Authority. Want to give a shout out to your staff and everyone who was involved in really last minute work to change that decision around. The CPUC board, the commission, will actually vote to adopt that this morning, later this morning around 11 o'clock or so. So a real win. Again, kudos to everyone who worked really quickly and really hard to make sure that the San Vicente project was included in that authority as the legislation intended. And also for those of you with the relationships with Senator Atkins, it would be a great time to thank her as well for her and her staff's very quick responsiveness on this issue. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks. Neil.
Thank you. I'm not a member of the committee, so thanks for the opportunity to speak. And this is just this, I'm sure it's just me and not understanding exactly what that SAN V authorization means. What's the significance of having the authorization versus not having the authorization? And does that mean that they've authorized funding, or it's just the potential of being able to have funding?
Would you like me to answer that, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Or defer to staff? Okay, sure. Yeah, so typically when it comes to procuring energy resources, that's done by the IOUs or the CCAs. There have been times when, as you know, California is really working hard to bring more clean energy resources online and also improve grid resiliency. And for some of these long lead time resources that are 5, 10, 15 years out, it is difficult to convince CCAs and IOUs to procure resources that it won't come online until that far away. And so the central procurement authorization in last year's AB 1373 was intended to help some of these long lead time resources come into fruition. And so the idea was for the CPUC to see what kind of resources are going to be needed for the long-term energy resiliency in our state, and then authorize the Department of Water Resources to procure those resources. So these are things like geothermal, offshore wind, and then in our case, the San Vicente project is the pump storage project that could provide those long-term resources as well. So it's a new innovation the state is embarking on. DWR started this energy division a couple of years ago when it came to trying to improve grid resiliency through microgrid projects. And so this is an expansion of that new division at DWR that will allow for some of these long-term resources to be able to come in that we're having difficulty getting procured in the private market. It doesn't mean that San Vicente could not be procured in the private market. It's still very possible that a CCA or an IOU would be interested in procuring those resources, but it does give us one additional option for the state to procure that through this central procurement mechanism.
Okay, so by having that authorization, it just gives us more flexibility to try to find partners? It is.
Is your mic on?
Correct.
It's on. That's the screen. Can you hear me? Maybe I just need to get closer. All right, maybe that's it. All right. So as I understand it then, by having this win, it gives us more flexibility to have other potential partners that we can find for the project.
That's exactly correct.
All right, thank you.
And I would just add that we obviously worked with the city on the response, but also with San Diego Community Power as well, so they're in the loop.
No other questions? Up next, we have Senior Public Affairs Representative Kimberly Vasquez, who will provide a Citizens Water Academy update.
Just figure this mic out. Good morning, Chair Buckowitz and committee members. My name is Kimberly Velasquez, and I work as a Senior Public Affairs Representative. I work on a variety of programs in the Public Affairs Department, and one such program is the Water Authority Citizens Water Academy. My presentation today will provide an update on Citizens Water Academy, focusing on efforts our team has made to enhance the award-winning program through new tools and expanded engagement opportunities over the past year. Today I will touch on the background and history of Water Academy, program updates from the past year, alumni engagement efforts, and upcoming plans. This year we're celebrating 10 years since Water Academy launched in fall of 2014. As many of you know, the Water Academy was developed to create new generations of residents committed to the safety and reliability of our most precious natural resource. Over the years, Water Authority board members, member agency board members, elected officials, and their staffs, along with many prominent civic leaders, have participated. In fact, we recently hired someone who took the course several years ago and was so intrigued he switched careers. In all, more than 800 civic leaders and water agency staff have graduated from the program. And I want to take this time to thank the public affairs team, O&M, and engineering staff who have brought this program to life over the past 10 years. So thank you. As successful as the program has been, we recognize the need to keep it fresh. So with changes in meeting practices and preferences coming out of the pandemic, we transitioned the program to a hybrid model, with session 1 being held via Zoom, accompanied by an online digital workbook for participants to absorb background knowledge on their own before joining session 1 and 2 in-person presentations and tours. The results remain highly positive. Graduates give the program top reviews, with 99% of participants saying they would recommend the Water Academy to a colleague. This past spring, participants were asked to rate how much they feel they know about the San Diego County Water Authority on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being not very much and 10 being a lot. Before attending, participants responded at an average of 4.82, and after attending the program, participants responded at an average of 8.2. So we're happy to see that the Water Academy is helping people gain a deeper understanding of our life-sustaining mission and helping them become water knowledge ambassadors. We also continue to field inquiries about our program from an array of government and utility agencies across the region and the country, a sign that the program continues to resonate. Over this past year, our team also has worked on some significant upgrades and expanded resources. These include a 360-degree interactive online tour of the Carlsbad desalination plant. We're not going to take the time to watch that today, but it's unlike anything we've done before because it uses a virtual reality format that teaches users about the plant while also letting them click around and take a closer look at different aspects of the plant. You can find a link to this online tour on the sdcwa.org homepage. We also created 3 video testimonials featuring Spring 2024 Water Academy graduates. These short videos highlight the positive impression and community building that the program has fostered, and I'll play a highlight reel of these videos at the end of this presentation for you to check out. And perhaps most important, we developed a new interactive board game called The Great Rate Debate that is played during the second session of Water Academy. This game puts participants in the driver's seat and enables them to better understand real-life questions about water costs, as well as the decision-making process behind setting water rates. The game boards and pieces were all developed in-house by our graphic designer, and I have an example here to show you. So we have several of these game boards that we use to play. Kind of looks like Monopoly. And during gameplay, participants are given an initial budget followed by a series of scenarios like water sales coming in low and inflation driving up prices. Just like in real life, they need to adjust through a combination of borrowing and rate increases. Not only did our guests from the public love this interactive option, but one of our member agencies recently asked to borrow the game boards for their own use, which is a compliment that we all appreciated. In addition to running the Academy classes, we are staying engaged with our network of alumni through revamped quarterly newsletters and alumni events. Oops, sorry, these are pictures from the board game. I forgot to click through. So like I said, we've upped our engagement with alumni through quarterly newsletters and our first alumni event since pre-pandemic, which was held at Stone Brewery at Liberty Station on August 1st. The event brought several alumni together to learn more about Water Authority initiatives, connect with colleagues, and talk with agency leaders. Looking ahead, we're currently accepting applications for the Fall 2024 Water Academy, which will be held in October, and applications are due next week on August 28th. Please talk with me or Mike Lee if you have questions about that. We also plan to hold at least 2 alumni events in 2025, as well as 2 3-day academies for civic and business leaders, and 1 one-day academy for member agency staff. To conclude this presentation, I'm pleased to share with you a short video that really captures the Water Academy participant experience.
The Citizens Water Academy. Dive into a free interactive journey to explore our regional water delivery system.
I think the Water Academy is a great resource for honestly every single individual. There's a great deal of teamwork, collaboration. It's innovative. It's keeping up with the times. It's forecasting. It's planning.
It's worthwhile to learn where our water comes from here in San Diego.
Learn from a diverse network of civic leaders and professionals how the San Diego County Water Authority keeps the water flowing. Over 3 sessions, you'll go behind the scenes for an inside look at how the regional water supply is built for resiliency in uncertain times.
How well prepared we are for drought here in San Diego, I think, is pretty impressive.
Meet with water agency managers, engineers, and decision makers who are responsible for keeping the water flowing across our region. You'll also go behind the scenes at various water authority facilities.
We didn't just see places, but we went together.
Enjoy great conversation over meals, networking, have your own questions directly answered, and play the Great Rate Debate board game, where you will learn what factors influence water rates.
The game was phenomenal because we get an idea of what it really means when we have to tap into resources unexpectedly or whether they're planned.
Join the more than 800 engaged citizens who become water knowledge ambassadors. The Citizens Water Academy.
So thank you for your time, and that concludes my presentation. Thanks.
Thank you for the presentation. One thing I might add is I'd like to encourage the officers to invite the staff to participate in the past graduate events so that the graduates can see that the board appreciates their giving up their time. And I think you guys just do a great job on the program. Thank you very much for your presentation today. Before I wrap it up, I'd also like to give another kudos to the staff for their work on AB 1373, working with the PUC and Tony Atkins' office on the San Vicente project. The staff did a great job on that. Please tell everyone, Megan, how much the board appreciates it. I seen a hand from Mike Hogan.
Yeah, I apologize. I was going to comment on the academy, just and compliment staff. It looks like it's a great program, and you've continued to evolve it even more. The game, I think, looks like a great tool. Maybe the board ought to consider playing the game at its next rate debate. But I just want to compliment staff. I think you're doing a great job. Thank you.
I thought that person playing the game was Dan, and I thought maybe he had a little unfair advantage, but he said that wasn't him. Are there any other questions or comments? There's no information items this month. There's no closed session. There's no further business, and the meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
All right, we're going to start the Imported Water Committee meeting. Is everybody here? This looks kind of a little sparse today. All righty, here we go. I'll try to call on committee members first. If I make an error, I apologize in advance, but I'll try to get to the committee members first. Marisol, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Chair Miller?
Here.
Vice Chair Medaffer?
Here.
Vice Chair Myers?
Here.
Director Castañeda?
Here.
Croucher? Croucher? Fonseca? Heidemann?
Here.
Hogan? Katz?
Here.
Kennedy? Here. Quirum? Here. Scalzetti?
Here.
Serrano? Is absent. Steiner? Here. Chair Miller, you have a quorum of the committee.
Thank you, Marisol. I do not have any additions to the agenda. At this time, if there's anybody from the public that would like to talk, we got any slips or anything, Marisol? Speaker slips?
At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any members of the public wishing to comment. Sorry. If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press star 9 if you are listening by phone. Chair, there are no speakers.
Thank you. Today we have the honor of having Chris Harris here from the Colorado River Board of California, and we're going to be presenting him with a resolution of appreciation for his retirement this month. We'll have Jim Medaffer and Eric Heidemann here in a minute to do the presentation. Last week I attended the CRB meeting in Poway, which Director Heidemann was so nice to donate to City Hall for the meeting. And I want to thank Poway and him. Earlier that day, the Water Authority provided the CRB and the guests with a tour of the San Vicente Dam and facilities. Looking ahead, I want to note that the Water Authority will be hosting the September CRB meeting here on September 11th. The time will be published. And then later this morning, we'll hear from a report on the Colorado River program from Alexi Schnell with an update on Lake Mead and Powell on the water status. It's a little better than it has been in the past. Also, Liz Mendelson-Husens will provide an update on MET's climate action plan. The presentation will help our discussion on the MET on the Camp for Water project that we'll have later today in our board. Lastly, I will be hosting a tour of the State Water Project on October 17th and 18th, and if anybody wants to get on that tour, please notify the staff here to get on that tour. I know there's several names already from directors, but if anybody else wants to get on it, that'll be great. To solve all the questions, I'm wearing a neck brace not because I had a car accident and I'm looking for a big settlement. I have bone spurs in my neck that wreak havoc with my nerves in my neck, and I get severe pain in my right shoulder. This wrap, for some reason, helps me helps that problem and alleviate it. So I'll have it on and I'll have it off, but it's just a Band-Aid to help me get through the day. So right now, I would like to welcome Chris Harris, the Executive Director of the CRB. He was a 24-year director. He served for a long time and has done a great job. And I would like to turn this over to Jim Medaffer and Director Heidemann to do the presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair Miller. And it is an honor to have Chris Harris here, the Executive Director of the Colorado River Board, for another few days, and we'll get to that in a moment. And again, it's my honor to be the Water Authority's representative on the Colorado River Board and Eric Heidemann as the alternate. And with that, let me turn it over to Eric as we're going to read to the board a resolution you'll be asked to vote on shortly in kind of a two-part thing. Mr. Heidemann.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Harris. Welcome back to San Diego. So we're going to tag team on this resolution, so bear with me, it's a bit long. So a resolution of the Board of Directors of the San Diego County Water Authority honoring Chris Harris upon his retirement as Executive Director of the Colorado River Board of California. Whereas Chris Harris has dedicated the last 24 years of his career in water to Colorado River Board, a state agency formed in 1937 to protect California's rights and interest in the resources of the Colorado River and to represent California in discussions and negotiations regarding the Colorado River and its management. And whereas he has served as Executive Director of the CRB for the last 7 years since March of 2017, and whereas his knowledge of the Colorado River and basin-wide issues has helped lead the CRB through some of the most challenging years on the river caused by impacts of more than 20 years of drought and uncertainty of changing climate, and whereas he has been steadfast protector of California's water rights as the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation has implemented steps to address shortages on the river, starting with the 2019 Lower Basin Drought Contingency Plan, and whereas he has continued to represent California's interest as Reclamation issued an unprecedented call for additional conservation basin-wide in June 2022 in response to increasingly dire conditions on the river, and whereas he has been instrumental in developing the California Plan to implement voluntary conservation to the tune of 1.2 million acre-feet through 2026 to support the river, effectively making California the only basin state to offer a plan in response to Reclamation's call for additional conservation.
And whereas his leadership was crucial in bringing in the lower basin states together to offer a consensus-based alternative focused on voluntary conservation in May of 23, after Reclamation released a draft supplemental environmental impact statement, and in April of 23 to amend the 07 guidelines that would have mandated reductions. And whereas that lower basin consensus alternative became the preferred alternative to amend the river's operational guidelines as Reclamation released its record of decision for the final SEIS in May of 24, calling on the lower basin to conserve up to 3 million acre-feet through 26, an action that, as the preferred alternative, upheld the law of the river and protected California's water rights. And whereas his efforts helped develop a lower basin proposal for the river's long-term management under Reclamation's environmental planning process for the post-26 operational guidelines that continue to place focus on a consensus-based approach. And whereas he's continued to work tirelessly toward development of a basin-wide proposal that part of the long-term planning process, and whereas his service to the CRB and its member agencies has fostered a spirit of collaboration among California agencies, tribes, Mexico, Reclamation, and the basin as a whole. Now, therefore, be it resolved, assuming the board votes yes, that on behalf of the Board of Directors of the San Diego County Water Authority, we offer our most sincere appreciation to Chris Harris for his dedication and his service to California and, by extension, to the San Diego region. And with that, I will move the item. I know Mr. Heidemann will second it.
Second.
And turn it back to you, Mr. Chair, for a vote. And then I know Mr. Harris will ask him to say a few words, and then we'll invite him up for a photo.
Thanks, Jim. First, a word from our general manager.
Chris, how long has it been? I think 20 years we've known each other. Yep. You know, I think that one of the best qualities that I've witnessed over the years with you is that you represent everyone equally. And, you know, the river has its politics. We have ups and downs, but you've always been above board. And I know you've always been a fan of San Diego. And I just really want to thank you for being in that position, providing that leadership, and being a great friend, and being someone to bounce ideas off over the years. And we'll greatly miss you.
Thank you very much to all of you. It means ever so much. Dan's right. We've known each other a long time. The Arizona connection actually does kind of run through San Diego in some respects. When I worked at the Arizona Department of Water Resources in the mid-'80s and '90s, one of my dear friends and great colleagues was Lester Snow, who came over here and worked for all of you. This has been the best run of my adult life, to be clear. I mean, it's been extremely challenging working on behalf of the citizens of the state of California and the agencies. But you guys are the best. I couldn't have done my job without each and every one of you in this room, the staff here at the authority, and the other California agencies. And I could say the same thing. The state of the lower basin right now is as good as it's ever been in my professional career. Our relationship with Arizona and Nevada is extraordinarily quite special. And I would encourage all of you to take whatever steps are necessary to continue that. Because the greatest strength we have in the Colorado River Basin as the state of California is we need to stay joined at the hip with Arizona and Nevada, and Mexico to a large degree. We have made great progress with Mexico, and from an authority perspective, you guys are uniquely positioned to contribute to meeting California's long-term needs and developing the necessary certainty that we're all going to need in the Colorado River system. There are things you can do over here that will offset the impacts of the effects of climate change on the mainstream and the storage in the reservoir system. So be creative, be innovative, and most of all, be collaborative. Work together. That's how I was mentored. And my fear, as I go off into the sunset, is that there are less and less people in the basin who are genuinely committed to collaboration, coordination, cooperation, and communication. You got to do all those things. Otherwise, we're letting people who wear black robes make decisions for us. And that always has a pretty sketchy outcome in the long term. But it has been a privilege and an honor to work with all of you and to help represent your regional and local interests as we sit down in the basin among 7 states, 30 tribes, 2 countries, and the federal government and work on these challenges. So you're going to need to continue to do that. And the board will be there for you. There are good staff there. And I know Jim, in his capacity as vice chairman of the board, and Eric, those board members take that role very seriously. So I think you're going to be in good hands, but onward, go forward and keep doing the good work that you all are doing. And Dan, it's delightful to see you as GM here. It really is. Congratulations, and Tish, it was nice meeting you as well. Keep Dan out of trouble. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chris. Those words are very appropriate. As we've seen in the past couple of years, one time we were at odds with Nevada and Arizona on our business plans for the river. Now we're together, and we do have to stay together because of the upper basin's resistance to the agreement. If we fracture, it's going to be impossible. And I remember having a meeting with Don and Dell at the time, and the words were litigation is what we want to avoid at all costs. So you're exactly right. The 4 Cs couldn't be more applicable at this time. We need to keep the lines of communication open so we can come to an agreement, as Chris says, without the black robes being involved. So very appropriate. Thank you, Chris, and thank you for your service. I have a motion and a second. Marisol, will you do a roll call, please?
Chair Miller,
Yes.
Vice Chair Madaffer,
Yes.
Vice Chair Myers,
Yes.
Directors Castañeda,
Yes.
Croucher, Fonseca,
Aye.
Heidemann,
Yes.
Hogan,
Yes.
Katz,
Yes.
Kennedy,
Yes.
Querum, Scalzetti,
Yes, and thank you for your service.
Serrano, and Steiner.
Yes, and thank you.
Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you, Marisol. Thank you, Chris, for your service. And Jim, Eric, will you come up here? And Chris, would you come up here, please? Okay, we'll move along here with item number 1. Is the MWD issues, and we'll start up with our delegates, and our first delegate up will be Director Lois Fonseca.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So earlier this week at MET, we heard the preliminary financial results for fiscal year 2024. MET sales were just a little bit over 900,000 acre-feet. This is the lowest in 50 years or so, and about a third of what it sowed back in the 1990s. This matches interim general manager's, Yupata Hayes, recent observation that MET's demand future is flat or declining. Yet, in its climate adaptation master plan for water, which Liz will be speaking on and giving us an update later in our committee, MET continues to plan for its worst case scenario. That truly is no longer likely. MET's using a scenario that projects its demands growing to 1.75 million acre-feet in 2045. That's 20 years, and that's close to doubling its current demand. In addition, we have to consider the impacts that conservation regulations will have on further reducing our demands. Not to mention all of the local supplies that agencies are developing. The scenario's steep upward trend is based on outwarded data, and despite our request to update this, so much has changed, and yet nothing has changed during the Camp for Water process. For example, we know that here in the San Diego region, our population growth is even lower than previously projected. But in the scenario that MET is using, our region's population is growing by about 30%. If MET makes supply decisions based on these outdated analyses, we're going to be running a very high risk of making stranded investments. We learned this week that MET plans to provide this update at the end of the year through what it calls signposts in CAMP's first annual report. MET does use a lot of lingo. I certainly hope that the signposts will translate into updating demand gaps, identifying whether there are any gaps. And the MET board really needs the best available agency to base its decisions on. This is especially important since in the next couple of years, we're going to be asked to make go and no-go decisions on several multi-billion-dollar supply projects.
Thank you, Lois. I'll go next to Director Tim Smith.
Thanks, Chair Miller. So as Lois mentioned, MET is looking at several supply projects with large price tags. These include a $20 billion Delta Tunnel, of which MET's share would be around $10 billion, and the Pure Water SoCal, which is about $8 billion. MET has presented that about half of the Pure Water costs and 100% of the Delta conveyance costs would be allocated to distribution and transportation, meaning that San Diego regional ratepayers would pay for these supply projects on the rates we pay to MET to deliver our independent, conserved Colorado River supplies. San Diego ratepayers should not be asked to pay for these expensive supply projects beyond what we pay MET for the water we buy. Our ratepayers should not be asked to pay for these supply projects on transportation fees that we pay for MET to transport our own water. The delegates have made comments with supporting data to request Pure Water be considered a 100% supply project. Likewise for Delta Conveyance. Our region has already invested and continues to invest in its water reliability and resiliency, and we cannot afford to pay for others' supply needs, nor should we be asked to do so. This month, I asked the CAMP process to add this concept in its equity and affordability tenets, and I think that is very important moving forward with the CAMP process. That completes my report.
Thanks, Director Smith. I'll go next. As some of you may have heard, I think most of us in the water world have, that IID passed the 700,000 acre-foot conservation program over in their area, which has opened the door for us to do another water transfer deal like we did last year. The Met did vote on that and approved that we can move forward with an up to 100,000 acre-foot water exchange agreement between Met, IID, and the Water Authority, which is very good news, and that agreement goes till 2026. However, we need to keep in mind that while we can move forward this year, it's still up in the air whether IID will need us to do this deal in 25 and 26. But should they need to have additional conservation, the program has been approved to continue. That's the good news. As Director Smith alluded, we had quite a conversation at Met over the Pure Water and the Pure Water grant that was awarded to Met. As we've expounded on in the past, the Pure Water program has kind of been in flux. We started with an $8 billion, 150 million gallon per day project that was going to be one big project. And the cost, the melded cost, the cost was projected to be $2,700 to $3,700 an acre foot coming out the end of the plant. So anybody buying the water direct would be looking at $3,000 to $3,500 an acre foot. Right now, it's not DPR, it's indirect potable, which means it's got to be put in the ground or dealt with in a reservoir and retreated again. So the logical buyers would be groundwater basins. The plan was to pipe this water to 3 or 4 groundwater basins and eventually up to the Weymouth treatment plant in the far north part of the area, and then eventually have 25,000 acre feet a year produced in DPR at the very end of the construction project. So imagine this is a 45-mile, 9-foot diameter pipe. Imagine us building a new aqueduct to San Diego from the county line to Kearney Mesa, 9 foot in diameter. What kind of project that would look like? It would be huge. So about half of the cost of the Pure Water is in piping, if not more. As we talked about the costs and the need, we have been encouraging Metropolitan to do a phase project. So where we start and do it in phases rather than one lump sum, and do it in bits and pieces so that we could have off-ramps. If we started small, maybe we would build a 30, a 40, a 50, and then we could stop instead of having to commit to such a high cost. So right now, it's leaning more towards a phased program, and that phasing is in numerous phases. The first phase is proposed as a 30 MGD plant at $2.1 billion and only 10 miles of pipeline. The second phase is a 10 MGD addition at $1.6 billion with another 10 miles of pipeline plus or minus. Point is, it's for 40 MGD, it's $4 billion. Go back a minute, 150 for $8 billion, 40 for $4 billion. What's the cost going to be? Well, it's not going to go down per acre foot, it's going to go up. So it becomes actually, in the melded water world costs, it actually grows even worse scenario. However, as Director Alvarez from the West Basin, myself, Director Tim Smith, we have been pushing for direct potable. So we would upgrade that 30 MGD to direct potable, which would add to the cost, but it would eliminate a lot of the piping, and we could go directly into the system. Director Smith came up with a last-second idea of going DPR and then running a small pipeline over to Sepulveda feeder, which would cost significantly less and also be able to move that water to the state water dependent areas, and it's drinkable water and could be right in the hands of the ratepayers. So that's what we're working on up there, is trying to get the pure water to the sense of to a point where it makes sense. Keep in mind that our sales this year are going to be around 900 million acre feet. That's down from 2 million acre feet in 2010. So we don't need any more transportation. The transportation system can move 2 million acre feet of water. We don't need to be paying for more pipes. The supply side of this, it's being called a supply project. Over and over again, the cost should be supply, not transportation. And that's our position as delegates, as we realize transportation will hit us very hard. We're the largest mover of water in the system at 280,000 acre feet. And if that cost goes up $150 an acre foot, just do the math. That's a cost every year of the $30 to $40 million a year to subsidize a project we get no water from. I would have the one caveat: converting sewage to doing like what we're doing in San Diego is a good theory, it is a good philosophy. It's just not the right time, and the cost is horrific for doing it. And we know right here we have people questioning our decision to do desal because it's so expensive. In 2019-20, we were heroes, we were the shining star in the water world. And now that we got plenty of water, we're getting criticized for the cost of our water. And that's right where Met's at. They're proposing to build $3,500 an acre foot system, and with declining sales, it just doesn't seem like it makes sense to be investing in that kind of project. We also got this grant from the reclamation. It's a 3-to-1 match. So they give us $100 million. We have to spend $300 million to get it. $100 million is a lot of money, but in the scheme of this project at Pure Water, it's 1%. And we have been harping that the train is leaving the station without us voting on this project. We have not, as a board, voted to approve any project connected to Pure Water. Yet, the public thinks we're building it. We have public outreach saying we're building it. We just ran a survey to people convincing them or asking them their opinions on Pure Water, just like we did with desal when we were doing desal. And all the people are saying, man, it's a wonderful project, because it is a wonderful project until you get the bill. Part of the survey, there was one rather murky question about, are you willing to pay for it? And therein lies the problem. Everybody's for a project like this until you get the bill. And the bill could be significant depending on how far it goes. It could be $15, $20 a month for the rest of your life. Will the voters take $20 if they know it's $20 and say that's okay? Or do they think it's $1? For $1, it's a great project. For $20, maybe not so much. But anyhow, I cautioned the board the other day not to make a decision on a grant to spend $10 billion. And by the way, the phasing project is $10 billion. The one-shot project was $8. So I cautioned them that not to make a decision on spending $10 billion simply because you got $100 million in a grant. The staff said that they would not take the $100 million if they had to pay it back if we voted the project down, which was a good thing, because we were worried that if the project got killed, we'd owe all that money back to the government, and they assured us they wouldn't accept a loan if it was that way. But that's just part of the drama that's going on with Pure Water. Obviously, there's other things, financial things. And that is my report. I'll turn this all over. The last person would be my good friend, Gail Goldberg.
I'm not sure there's much else to say, but I will try to do a quick wrap on the camp process. And I hope you can hear from all of the reports that it is a complicated environment, and your delegates are working very hard up there to deal with the multitude of issues that we're facing. I completely agree with my fellow delegates, and I want to emphasize that we need camp to continue to be based on the best available data and information so that the Met Board can make informed decisions. And we're working every day to get Met to bring forward new and updated data. We also need camp to recognize that the investments that member agencies have made, like us, in securing our own reliability and resilience, not ask those agencies to pay twice for others' reliability. And we need to make sure, as Marty has, I think, emphasized, that we need to right-size projects and programs while allowing us to adapt to changing conditions. Another thing camp needs to look at, and something that I think is gaining more traction up at Met, which our delegates have been focused on, is to maximize and optimize Met and its member agencies' existing resources. We know the Water Authority and its member agencies do not need Met to develop more supplies for us. And in fact, our general manager is working to leverage our supplies to lift other agencies up. Chair Ortega has suggested that MWD rebalance its supplies and look for opportunities to take advantage of surplus where it exists. I think he means, and I sure think Met should look at facilitating the sharing or exchange or transfer of local supplies from one agency to another. This approach would optimize existing resources and offer a cost-effective approach to meeting agencies' reliability needs while preventing stranded assets. This is, I think all of us believe, the best way to assure water affordability for all of Southern California. Thank you.
Thanks, Gail. And if there are some people in the room that don't know, we will have the chair of the Met Board, Don Ortega, here, as well as the interim general manager will be here at the regular board meeting to make a presentation of some sorts on, and they may have some thoughts on the Camp for Water project, I believe. I have a question from Tom Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair Miller. I want to express my support for the positions you espoused earlier and you did yesterday in our meeting. I think that the manner in which Met's going about spending the money is kind of crazy, depending on looking at what they have. And if in your board packet on page 111, the historical and projected sales that was alluded to earlier is eerily reminiscent of similar charts that we were presented here over the last 10 years, where you see the sales trend going down and then the futures all going up. And even to the point at our, I think it was this month last year, where Bob Campbell and why am I having a brain fade on Rod Smith told us how, it's never going to happen. You know, we're never going to go below that number. And those things look similar. And I think that something I have espoused, and I'm glad our new general manager is coming closer to that, is that we should also include some other scenario that the actual demands follow the trend line of that curve that's actual. And that would show us, they'll show Met selling somewhere in the 500,000 to 600,000 acre feet, which is totally a plausible scenario out in 2040, because the cost of water and the impact of new regulatory efforts is going to drive down demands. And so if you guys could, I think we should do it as well. What's the worst case scenario, and what is the financial impact of that? And if we decide we're going to make additional investments, how do those investments impact each of these scenarios? Not just the ones that have us staying flat or going up, but what about ones where we continue the slide we've been on for the last 20 years? So, you know, I think it's been mentioned here before, something happens at Met and it echoes here because we're very similarly structured. Heck, our acts are almost the same. And I think that this is instructive of something that we've come to grips with, maybe ahead of Met this time, but that if you guys can see if we can get them, and I will ask the same of the chair when he gets here later, to say, hey, can we look at what's the scenario look like at 600,000 acre feet? And, you know, some will say, that'll never happen. Well, we were told that just a year ago, and it did happen. So I think it's something we need to plan on as well. Thank you.
That's a good comment, Tom, because we're all seeing water sales going downward. Met is projected to be around 900,000 acre feet this year. That's a long way from 2 million 15 years ago, and so it is of concern to everybody. I have Neil Myers next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like just to commend the delegation. Excellent report, really good information, and really appreciate the pushback that you're doing at Met to make them understand and realize, you know, how these issues impact not only us, but also impact, you know, the entire region. Director Kennedy took some of my comments about, but that's okay, just about these assumptions that are being made right now. And, you know, this relying upon this 2020 IRP and the high demand end of it, to me is just perplexing and doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You know, these assumptions drive the scope, and then the scope drives the costs, and ultimately the costs are going to drive the rates. And it's something that we have to continue to remind everyone up at Met and ourselves about those things. So, again, excellent reports. I commend all the work that you've been doing, and just keep on pushing up there. So thank you.
Thanks, Neil. My screen went dark. Jim, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, thank you. I too want to commend the MWD delegation. I don't know if the board members realize the amount of time they put in for this gig, and they really do. They put in a lot of hours. I'm thankful that OTI has allowed Tim Smith to continue on as its CWA rep, and by extension to MWD, at least for the time being. We thank you for that. The comment I wanted to make just really reflects on, given all that we just went through in our rate setting process here at the Water Authority, the fact that it took months, that we had delays. Echoing Mr. Kennedy, he and I once again agreeing on this, you know, we're going to see similar rate impacts next year for our rate setting process that we did this year. Let's make no mistake about it. But what's scary, truly scary, is that anything MWD does will only exacerbate the problem that we already face here with our reduced water sales. And the fact that they went from 2 million projected to 900,000. And what was the Water Authority going to be in our projections? 800,000 at one point? I mean, it was really unbelievable to think that where we've seen this thing go. Everybody knows that our region is prepared, that we've done what we need to do to be prepared for drought. And what I worry about, and I think we should ask tough questions today, and it's big that probably the MWD chair, I guess, and the acting GM are going to be here later today. And I know Mr. Chairman Katz, you'll be running the meeting then. I think it's important that they understand that whatever they do in the changes that they're recommending and the stuff they want to build doesn't go on our transportation costs. That's the big concern. So just be mindful of all of that as we move forward here. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Director Hogan.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, delegates. You guys do a fantastic job. I noted in the report, you talk about fixed, semi-fixed, and variable. So the semi-fixed, it's interesting because we urged MWD to segregate out the Water Authority's transfer and not include it just as supply, because you could never really determine where our water was in their accounting. And then we were successful in getting them to pull that out, I believe. Now we're talking about a semi-fixed rate. Can you explain a little bit more, Tim?
Yeah, I can. So it's not a rate, it's the way you look at the revenues and expenses. So much like here at the Water Authority, our revenues that are coming in are more variable and our expenses are more fixed. And so there's the financial work group has tried to shift that balance. But at Metropolitan, there's the semi-fixed component, which the finance group is resistant to include a discussion on. And so I made a point at the last meeting. So when we shifted the ad valorem, we went back and looked at the ratio. So on the pie chart, the revenues were 80% water sales, 20% fixed, and the expenses are flipped, right? After we did ad valorem, it's about 75-25. So we're headed in the right direction. But even here, we understand that there's a certain amount of water sales that are going to occur. And in fact, Metropolitan had that purchase order, if you remember, Mike, where the agency's committed on a take-or-pay basis to buy 60% of their water supplies. Now, I would count that as a fixed revenue. The legal's involved, and there's some issues through it. So I've daylighted this concept of we need to also consider semi-fixed, and so that's where that came from.
Okay, thanks for the explanation. That's head in the right direction, Tim. Thank you.
Chair Katz.
Yeah, thanks for the report, and thanks for the work all of the delegates do. When we talk about getting $100 million from the federal government and that it needs a 3-time match, so there would be $400 million of a $8 billion project or a $2 billion project if it's phased down. What is that $400 million used for? Will it help answer a lot of the questions that the four of you brought up in your reports today?
Tim, do you want to take that?
Yeah, sure. So right now, the budget for the next 2 years includes the planning process, environmental work, which is about $80 million for Met side, but then the LA County Sanitation is doing their work too, $20-30 million. So by the time you get through these next 2 years, you will have spent about half of that $400 million. And that was actually one of my questions was, well, how do you spend the rest of the $400 million? Because the term only has another 5 months, because you're supposed to spend all that money by November 2026. Apparently they're considering an extension would be one way to do it. But those additional expenditures would take us from the planning part of the project, where we're doing environmental work, alignment studies, starting into the design part. And so the way that staff described it was you would be spending money and then you would get the matching funding, and so you wouldn't be spending any of that till after 2 years, till after we've made a decision on the project. And the part that the delegates achieved was in the agreement, which is currently being written, put a provision that you don't have to pay it back.
How do we start looking in these discussions, say of the pure water, of the changing times? We've had 2 wet years, and it's the frustrating thing that we keep looking at here. Our demand is way down. This 2 wet years, another wet year, is not going to continue. We are going to have a drought again. And we keep hearing about the Colorado River cutting back on the amounts of water that we're going to be getting in the lower basin states. How do we stop the demand that we have for imported water? How do we start planning for what's going to be another drought, and when we are going to have a lot more need for water, and really creating our own water? And isn't that what this is? And my last part of it is, how do we put a hat on where we look at the whole region of Southern California and not just San Diego, and not just San Diego County, and what's good for the entire region? When Met came down and gave money for San Diego Pure and Oceanside Pure, it was great. We love getting that money for our pure water. How do we look at it as a whole region and not just, it's not anything right now that's going to affect us, and therefore we're not going to be in favor of it?
Well, that's a loaded question, but
that's why I get paid the big bucks.
We have looked at things regionally.
Yeah, the one thing I think we've been focusing on is the local supply is essentially the cheapest supply that you can get. And I always thought of it as you're growing population or use, and in some cases you're not growing at all, that those agencies should come up with their own local projects to fill that new water supply. And we don't necessarily need any big water supply project.
We don't right now, but others do. And I love what Gail talked about, that areas that do have water should be part of the solution, and they should be using our water, but that's not going to be enough.
Depending on where the water sales go. And we have to, in the camp process that Gail's leading, is consider the worst case. And the worst case is this scenario D, which suggests we need 650,000 acre-feet of new supply. And so the challenge is we are trying to reset the assumptions, which I think was brought up here. Mm-hmm. If you use scenario C, which is another scenario similar, you only need about 50,000 acre-feet of new supply. I hope that answers your question, and I'd love to hear, either our team, Amy, to add on to that, or Dan.
Mr. Chair, we do have a presentation by Liz that I think was just alluded to by Director Smith, and maybe this would be a good time to do that presentation and then come back into the questions.
That's not a bad idea. I know Joel and Joy both have questions. Would you like your questions now, or do you want to wait until we have the next presentation?
Joel? I just had a comment. I was just hoping that we could, as a board, have these conversations about these big projects and maybe even presentations. And I'm hoping to see the next one, but it shouldn't be that much of a big deal to see these presentations that are done at Met, so we can collaborate as a board and kind of see where, I agree with Mel, like at one point we want to know what it looks like regionally so we can support as a board or not support some of these projects. But these scenarios that I hear about that I never seen, I don't know, but I think it's healthy this board has to give some direction on, how does our board feel about these things up at Met, instead of we're just hearing about things that are going on and we don't know which way these are being directed. So I can't wait for the presentation, but I think we have a large enough staff at the MWD area where these presentations that are being shown should be shown here, so we all know as a board how we're going to feel about these, and we can send some direction, like this is how we feel as a board. But thank you.
I would encourage the directors here to take a trip up there and come and see what goes on. We just mentioned about regionality. We do look at the area as a regional thing. Our concern about pure water is very self-centered. I get it. But when you start talking about the transportation cost of 280,000 acre foot of water, and they start moving that needle up on the cost, all of a sudden it's kind of like, what do we want to pay for regionality in San Diego? So that's when our warning bells just start flashing when somebody says, oh, we're going to put 50% of this cost on transportation, because that's what we pay to Met as our region. So while we try to do things with the regional glasses on, like the state water dependent areas, we supported them alleviating the pipeline constraints for $100 million. We've got $1 billion pipeline relining and pressurization of the Sepulveda feeder that is going to solve some of the state water project areas' constraints and kind of make them reasonably whole if they didn't get any water from the state water project. So we have done things regionally, and I know you don't hear about all that stuff, but we're not up there as a rubber stamp no to everything that they want to do. We do play the regional game.
And we totally realize that. It'd be nice to, I think we have a big enough staff and presence up there to have some of those presentations that you guys are learning about down here, so we can take approaches as a board to say, what is San Diego willing to pay, or what isn't there? Because we have no idea. I know you guys are working hard and you're navigating these directions, but we're kind of in the dark on some of this stuff, and it'd be nice to be able to support stuff or support you guys when you're voting no on stuff.
Gail Goldberg?
I just wanted to sort of throw in that, we're talking about projects, and we're fearful about a lot of the projects. The reality is that we're not going to be evaluating projects until next year. And what's going on right now at Met is this camp process that is preparing us to have that evaluation. An essential part of that evaluation is, what are our needs? What do we actually need? And we already have created these 4 scenarios. And you know that scenario D is the worst case scenario, and they're assuming that the worst case scenario is that you need a lot of water and you don't have it. And I think what I heard from Tom Kennedy and some others is there's another worst case scenario. That is that you've spent a lot of money to create a lot of supplies and you don't need them. That's another sort of worst case scenario. So figuring out the needs, I think, is really, really critical. And what we are urging Met to do right now is to look again at the inputs to those scenarios that were created 4 or 5 years ago. And a lot of us believe that new information could create a different set of scenarios or a different gap as a result of those scenarios. And we think that it's important to do that, and for all of us to have confidence that this is actually the direction that our need is going, because those gaps turn into something called time-bound targets. How much water do we need in the immediate future? What do we need in the sort of medium range and then in the long range? And so we want to make sure that that gap analysis is good. And that's sort of the focus we're at right now, is to make sure, that we have the right data to even look at projects. And so a lot of us are fearful about the projects, but I think our focus has to be getting the basic information and understanding that the actual evaluation will not occur until next year. And let's concentrate right now not so much on worrying about the projects. I think the one you hear us worried about is Pure Water, only because they are asking us to make decisions about the grant, and we don't want any decision we make today to actually commit us to do a project that at this moment we don't know if we need it or not. And so that's kind of where we are right now. And I think it's important for us to focus on the important thing right now. Let's figure out what we need and be comfortable with the needs before we worry too much about the projects. And I will throw in that this grant, it's very scary to think that you're getting $100 million and that you may have to match it with $400 million. But one of the things I know from dealing with federal grants during my career is that everything is negotiable. And right now, Met is attempting to negotiate, and I don't know if they can do it or not, but attempting to negotiate a process where, first of all, we use the work that we are currently committed to do now, that's already in the budget, as the match for the money we're getting, so that we're not having to budget new money. We're going to use existing work programs, existing funded work to create that match. Now, if they can pull that off, more power to them. And I think that we have sufficiently frightened them that there are a bunch of people, including us, who might be willing to just say, we can't afford the $100 million. We can't afford it. And because of that, I think it's at least possible that they can come up with some solution where we won't be talking about having to come up with additional funds, and we will be able to use existing funds. So that's kind of where it is. But again, I would just urge us to work on preparing for the decisions on the projects and not worry so much about the projects right this minute. Thank you.
Gail makes a good point. The vote for this project is scheduled for the end of 25, so we've got a year or so. Our concern over accepting the grant is purely optics. If we keep telling the public we're building a project and taking this grant is going to be another press release about the project, the survey was about the project, outreach is about the project, my concern is pretty soon we'll be in a corner where everybody thinks we're building the project that we haven't voted on, and when we go to vote, there will be so much pressure on us that we won't have the backbone to say no, and it'll just be off to the races. And that's what I tried to convey at the board meeting the other day. By accepting the grant, we may be telling the public this is a done deal, and we'll have made the decision by accepting the grant, not actually by taking a vote. That was my concern. We have to go to a closed session in 10 minutes. I've got 5 speakers. If you're rehashing, I would prefer to wait until after we have the presentation from Liz. If you've got something new, Director Hogan?
Yeah, real quickly, and it goes to Joel's comments. The board does have policy positions on some of the items that are on the table at Met. For example, the Bay Delta, I believe in there it specifically says we don't support the Bay Delta if it's on transportation. My point being is it maybe be appropriate at some point to look at the projects and weigh in from a policy position if there are some criteria that are really break the deal for us, such as transportation, shifting to transportation costs. It might be appropriate so that those positions are clear when the Met delegates go through the process that Gail has described. There's a clear position of the authority. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. And I think Director Smith has had sidebars and has whispered in people's ears that transportation is a big deal to us. I have Jim Medaffer again. Jim?
Yeah, just again, in response to Director Scalzetti's comments and echoing what Mike Hogan just said, I asked our general manager to have some kind of a briefing for this board prior to this camp thing coming to the meeting today. Now, we'll obviously not make any commitments today, but I think it's very important that we have that discussion. I go back to the slide that we had at our meeting when we did our retreat in Encinitas. I think it was around February. There was a number of projects: Pure Water, Colorado River, Single Bay Delta, Sites Reservoir, additional storage, state water project issues, and the subsidence issues. Those things totaled up to billions and billions and billions of dollars. And so, Joel, I hear what you're saying. I would also ask Mr. Denham, there was a briefing that we had in Imported Water yesterday. I'll forward it to the general manager. There were 2 places at the Met meeting where Marty made some really good comments, both in their Engineering Operations Committee, we've got the time codes, and their Legislation and Communications Committee have the time codes for those. It'd be good for the whole board to hear this. We don't have time today, but I definitely think we should be scheduling this, as Joel has suggested, so all the board understands that we're getting ready to go down a long path of a lot of money that we probably shouldn't be spending, especially with all the impacts we already have for our ratepayers, just with the Water Authority's problems alone. Thanks.
I have 3 more speakers. Lois?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding Mel's comments, our chairman's comments, we are always considering not only what the San Diego County Water Authority's needs are, but also considering what our sister agencies at MET's needs are also. This is the lens that we're looking through all the time, because the success of our sister agencies and MET also translates into the success here at the Water Authority. And their financial success is very important, because if they fail, it's not good for the rest of us. Regarding Director Scalzetti's comments about wanting to be more engaged, all of you are welcome to attend our MET briefings as we prepare each month for our meetings. You're also invited to attend Metropolitan Board meetings. Those are open to the public, so any of you are allowed to go to that. We have monthly reports that are included with all of our board packets. That summarizes everything that's been going on, and you're always welcome to talk to any of the delegates to get further information if you so desire.
5 is the time.
What is important is that we need to make sure that we clearly identify our needs, but also the needs of MET and all of the agencies. Very important, and we've requested information and data on this, is there a gap? Where is the gap? What do we need to fix that? So we know that the northeast portion of Metropolitan is where the biggest growth has been, and where it's probably going to be for the next few years. Riverside County, Eastern Municipal Water District, Western Water District. We don't want to spend so much money to build things that we have stranded investments. That is not good for us, and that's not good for MET, not good for any of our sister agencies, because that money that would build any investments and infrastructure comes from all of us, comes from all of our ratepayers. And I'm looking forward to getting a lot of these questions that you may have answered when Liz finally will get to do her presentation today.
Thanks, Lois. Joy and Lindsay, can we wait until after the presentation, or would you like to speak right now? Lindsay?
Thanks. I'd like to speak now just because I don't want to stew for another 45 minutes on it. And I'll be quick and I'll hold the rest of my comments till the next committee meeting. But I do have concerns about the statement that Met is negotiating with USBR on terms of the grant. And I would recommend that our delegates are aware of there could be potential vulnerabilities to both Met as well as USBR, but from other agencies who have received the same grant funding and who are held to the requirements outlined in those grants. So if Met's getting special treatment for matching and terms and previously expended funds prior to the grant being awarded, then there would be a lot of vulnerabilities by other agencies in the state, in the room, as well as in the country that I would anticipate would want equal treatment. So I would not support that as a delegate. Thank you.
Thanks, Lindsay. And maybe we weren't very clear, but the argument that was placed about accepting the grant was, what is the worry about if we take the money and spend it and then vote no on the project, do we have to repay the grant money? And the staff said they would not accept the grant money under the scenario where if we didn't move forward, we had to pay it back. That was, if you want to call that a victory for my speech, that was the small victory I got. Joy, do you have a comment?
Thank you, Chair Miller. I'm not a member of this committee, so I appreciate having the opportunity to say a few words. I'd like to echo what our chairman Katz has said about regional thinking, and whether we want to be part of the regional discussion or not, I think is irrelevant, because we are, and we need to understand the details. I do, when we make those decisions that are of more regional nature, I do support Director Medaffer and Scalzetti in their concern that this is very time sensitive, and I'm happy to dedicate as much time as we need now and in the next couple months to understanding the basis and the foundational questions associated with how decisions are being put forward. I appreciate how Delegate Goldberg outlined the sensitivity of where we're at right now. If we understand the framework well, how decisions are being made, and what the basis of our demands are, and I've heard a lot of people say current, we're not using current numbers, but what I haven't heard is, well, what are those right numbers? So perhaps the presentation will outline that. As far as what do we use, it's so dynamic. It's based on population. It's based on climate change. So just as someone who's not a member of the committee, I think it's important to really spend a lot of time right now to make sure we're comfortable with the foundational data associated with making the smartest decision, and maybe one of the bigger decisions we'll be making in the near term. Thank you.
Yeah, I hope everybody realizes that your 4 delegates are trying to be as open and transparent and let you have the lay of the land as it develops. As I said, the vote on pure water won't be for another year, yet we're still telling you what's going on so that you can keep abreast of the situation. And I'll leave it up to the general manager on whether he would like to put something on the agenda to give us some more enlightenment. But right now, we're going to go into closed session. We're under some time constraints, so I'll have the general counsel take us into closed session.
Thank you, Chair Miller. We will now adjourn into closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9.
If there are any members of the public or staff on the Zoom Live, please leave now.
I appreciate everybody coming back. I waited until Fern was seated, so we'll get started back again. Our next item will be a presentation by Liz Mendelson-Hussen on the state of the world as we see it at Met.
Okay, thank you. I don't know about the state of the world, but good morning. I'm Liz Mendelson-Hussen, a Principal Water Resource Specialist in our MWD program. And today I'll be presenting on Met's Climate Adaptation Master Plan for Water, or I'll be referring to it as CAMP. The accompanying memo to support this presentation is found starting on page 16 of your board packet. And just a refresher, CAMP is Met's effort to integrate its long-term financial, resources, and climate planning and align it to its member agencies' needs and plans. So through this CAMP process, Met plans to produce a master plan, which among other things will establish a decision-making framework to support the Met Board's evaluation and eventual selection of supply reliability and climate resiliency projects and programs. To get to this decision-making framework, Met has outlined 2 steps it has to do first in sequence. The first one is utilize climate and growth scenarios to project water supply gaps and surpluses, and then develop time-bound targets for potential resource implementation to fill those gaps based on those scenarios. In May, Met staff presented the CAMP's Year 1 Progress Report that uses results from Scenario D from its 2020 IRP to set the time-bound targets. Scenario D projects Met demands increasing at a steep rate to 1.75 million acre feet, like Director Fong Sakai shared, approaching nearly double where they were for fiscal year 2024. On this chart, you can see Met sales are tracking below all the 2020 IRP scenarios and its 2020 Urban Water Management Plan forecast. To provide context that is more relatable to our region, Scenario D assumes that the Water Authority's population will grow 1 million people in 20 or so years, or 30%. The additional 1 million in population leads to projections that our demand for Met water will increase to about 130,000 acre feet in 2045, more than double where our current Met supplies are tracking. Since Met did this analysis, which is based on data that is nearly 5 years old, conditions have changed, like the sustained drop in Met sales and the likelihood that demand for Met water will steeply increase has become less plausible. At a recent meeting, Met's interim general manager said the demand for Met water is projected to be flat to declining. But the good news is next week, Met does have an item on its agenda related to population growth used in this process. This table shows you the range of supply investments that Met anticipates needing to develop and to provide 100% reliability 100% of the time under the IRP's 4 scenarios. And the key takeaway is in the pink boxes under Scenario D. These targets amount to hundreds of thousands of acre feet in new supply and storage investments. Making investments based on outdated information, especially ones that may significantly overestimate the need for Met water, will result in overdevelopment and stranded investments, which is something the CAMP process intends to avoid. Given the changed conditions and the desire to match investments to needs, the board concurred with CAMP's progress report with the understanding that staff will provide the board with updated data and other updated information before the board considers approving any CAMP projects. As I mentioned, the time-bound targets are the foundation in the selection of projects and programs to be considered in CAMP's evaluation, which will be done through the decision-making framework. This goes to say that the assumptions, data, and information used to develop CAMP scenarios will impact supply and climate resiliency investment decisions and thus Met's cost. Met is expected to consider investment in supply projects that cost tens of billions of dollars over the next few years, and I've listed some of them on this slide. Running concurrently with CAMP is Met's business model review process. There are 2 main reasons why Met may be reviewing its business model. The first has to do with how its current business model is performing, like the concerns expressed during the recent budget and rate-setting process about the increasing cost of Met's supplies and services. A second reason is that Met is contemplating new multi-billion-dollar projects and new programs to meet the needs of its member agencies, including to meet the challenges presented by a changing climate. Met estimated these investments costing it up to $6 billion by 2032, which exceeds its current estimated debt capacity. The business model update affords Met the opportunity to figure out how it will fund these projects and programs in a sustainable manner, including ensuring the member agencies understand how these investments will benefit them and in return their commitment to pay for them. Last month, the CAMP Task Force, which is made up of both board members and general managers, and Director Fong Sakai and General Manager Denham formed an ad hoc working group of Met's 26 general managers. This ad hoc work group was tasked with developing consensus-based straw proposals surrounding Met's business model that address 5 issues that I've listed on this slide, so I'm not going to read them all, but I would like to highlight that one of them relates to potential member agency supply exchange program, which appears to be in response to the Water Authority's efforts. In response to the CAMP Task Force direction, all 26 member agency managers provided a joint response proposing a framework for a collaborative process to review and refine Met's business model. The CAMP Task Force will meet next week, so there might be discussion of this proposed framework. The Water Authority continues to focus on ensuring that CAMP and the business model review is supported by the best available data and information, addresses member agencies' needs, looks at how projects and programs promote equity across the member agencies, and that these projects and programs are funded fairly, following cost of service principles. The Water Authority is also focused on keeping Met water and services affordable and protecting Met's fiscal sustainability, which includes preventing stranded assets. One way the delegates have suggested that Met can accomplish many of these things, as you heard them report, is through leveraging Met's and its member agencies' existing resources, which would offer a cost-effective approach to meeting reliability and climate resiliency needs, prevent stranded assets, and offer a new revenue stream for Met. And starting off, I think a very key foundation for all this is having a clear idea of the needs based on data and information that we have right now. And that's all, and I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Liz, for that report. That kind of highlights what Gail Goldberg was saying on the CAMP process. As you can see, the 4 scenarios are tracking way higher than where we're at with water sales. And as I think I stated in the past meetings, we allocated $10 million to be spent on telling people to conserve and providing turf replacement, toilets, and other things at Met. We also approved local resource projects that will reduce sales by in the neighborhood of 30,000 acre-feet a year. So at Met, we seem to be coaching people and supporting less sales, and then we are proposing that we need more water. So we kind of have polar opposites here in our plans, and that has been our concern. It's been Gail's concern, as well as Lois has been really emphasizing the lack of consistent new data. When we talked earlier about the CAMP process using the 2020 IRP study, we need to remember that making up that 2020 IRP study was prior year's numbers. So the numbers going into the 2020 was basically pre-2020 numbers, which we now know the landscape has drastically changed. So Lois has been hammering on them, as well as Gail, to get us the new data for these scenarios, so we're using real-time numbers rather than, as we know, numbers from 5 years ago that have drastically changed. 5 years ago, the scenario was quite a bit different than it is today. So we've been, I give credit to Lois for hammering that data, as well as Gail, who's in charge of the CAMP process. I know she at times pulls her hair out at this pace that we're moving, and at the high-level government speak that we have to deal with to try to ferret out the information we really need. Director Steiner, you have a question?
I guess it's slide 13. It's 4 in the packet. So the slide before this one. So I just want to understand what's on this slide. Excuse me. So there's a square estimated capital investment, and that's for scenario D, which is the with 651 that we saw earlier. So what is this little square?
This is Met's estimate of what it would cost them to meet the 100% reliability needs under that scenario D by 2032. It's an estimate from their long-range financial plan needs assessment.
And who made it? Did Met make it, or is this an outside contractor?
It was presented by Met, and I'm not sure if they used an outside consultant.
On it, it's got some assumptions. One of the assumptions is $3,000 an acre foot, which is the first time I've seen that realistic a number coming out of Met, including, because we have that number here a long time already. And then it's got 182,000 acre feet in 2032 and something about Diamond Valley Lake. So Diamond Valley Lake hasn't been part of any conversation of a project that might need work, but is that a project that also might need work?
I think the reference to Diamond Valley Lake was used for their storage cost assumption. So they're looking at meeting this potential gap through an investment of supply and storage. And so that's where the Diamond Valley Lake, but nothing has come up that I'm aware of related to new investments beyond, routine maintenance at Diamond Valley.
So in looking at what they're doing at Met now, are they looking at a realistic cost of the water that they're talking about as $3,000 an acre foot?
I think the pure water estimates are maybe a little higher, depending also, I think Director Miller mentioned it, the costs are changing depending on the size and how the program is implemented. And so I think we'll see. There's no cost estimate, I don't think, at the Met level on the cost of water from the tunnel. So still waiting for some cost estimates.
So where did this number come from?
The 3,000 that Met is using, from what I understand, they looked at different sources, including desal water, and kind of came up with about an average.
Okay, so it's not necessarily built on anything real. It's a guesstimate that's too low, but that's all that it is.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So the estimate, when we talk about pure water, they have a range, because the range is from 2,700 to 3,700. I pick a number just out of the blue, it being in kind of the middle at 3,000. So when I use that number, I'm just pulling a number out of my head. One thing to keep in mind about pure water, and I brought this up at Met, is there's still variables. They do not have a signed agreement with the county sanitation. What I mean by that is they haven't even determined the lease rate for the property and signed a lease for the ground to build the plant. That's just one facet. So that is still in flux. Mm-hmm. They also have had conversations with Nevada and Arizona about participating and funding the cost of the plant. That is in flux. It hasn't been finalized. And there are other issues like off-takers that go into this mix, and it's why we have a range of a high and a low. Is if we have big participation from say Arizona comes in with $1 billion, that's going to reduce the cost of the water. Depending what our agreement with sanitation is, like recently sanitation stepped up from a 5% participation to a 40% by doing the MBR treatment, which is a nitrate and treatments before it goes to the water. So that affects the cost of what the water is going to be. But again, nothing has been finalized, and that's why I went on my rant the other day about we're getting this train chugging down at the tracks, but we don't know what's fueling it. We don't know what's going to keep it going. We have so many moving parts. How do we keep telling the public we're going to build a project when we don't even know what our agreements or our costs are going to be?
And then coming back to the grant.
Pardon?
Coming back to the grant, it looks like you had a discussion that you were involved in, that grant is 1%.
The grant is 1% of the total cost.
So we're having all this big debate about this grant, and it's 1% of the money.
Right. Exactly, $100 million, a lot of money, but in the scheme of the phase program is budgeted at $10 million over the life if we did everything. That's not a one-time spend over 3 years like you would say you would do like a dam raise. It will be staged, so the worst-case scenario is $10 billion, but if we only did 30 million gallons a day, it would be $2 billion. So when we talk about the effect against water costs, that's why there's such a disparity, is we don't know who's going to be the players, we don't know what the actual costs are, and that's why I keep beating that drum of we need to make a decision on what we're going to build so that we can finalize and let people know what things are going to cost and have the vote. Do we have a project or not? And by taking this grant, we are in essence, go back to what I said earlier, our public outreach is talking about pure water to everybody. We have surveys expounding on whether you like pure water. Now we're taking a grant to help fund pure water. What is the public saying? The public is saying we're building pure water, and yet we don't have any formal agreements with anybody that are signed. We don't know what the cost is going to be, and we're really not sure which direction we want to go on the sizing. So there's a lot of unknowns to be making all these statements and taking all this money and spending all this money when we haven't even voted for the project. And that's basically why we're seeing the disparity on numbers, is because we really don't know. I had another hand up from, I think, Director Myers.
Thank you, Chair Miller. Just staying on this slide 13 on the parallel business model review. My only question is on the 5, I guess, points or areas that are going to be discussed. What I don't see in there, at least specifically, but maybe it's embedded in one of these, is sort of this equity issue that Director Smith brought up earlier about pointing out the fact we've already made a ton of investments here in San Diego County. Is that going to be part of this review? I mean, it seems to me that that should be a sixth. Or is it intended to be part of one of these 5 that are in there now?
You know, I think the process is evolving, but I think the camp has 5 tenets or themes, and one of them is equity. And I think the Water Authority has been clear about what equity means to it, and that includes the concept that Director Smith talked about, where we've made investments down here, and that needs to be reflected and acknowledged, and others have made investments as well. I think LA has raised similar issues, so I think it's going to come up naturally in the conversation. I think it's probably reflected in all of these. For us, a lot of times that means following cost of service as well, and so I think that will be within all of these concepts.
Okay.
If that helps.
I just think it's important that if these are the 5 tenets that are going to be the basis of discussion among the general managers, that I think equity or past investments that certain agencies have made should be very explicit and specific as part of that. Thanks.
Director Smith.
Yes, I appreciate your eyes on the money, Director Steiner and Director Miller, but there's one other element we haven't talked about yet today is all of MET's costs are in current year dollars, 2024. They do all their estimates in current year dollars. So we asked in Pure Water to show us the true costs and the true expenditures to the midpoint of construction is what you typically do. And the cost was about 18 to 20% higher. And in that meeting, I, quickly calculated it, and it's $4,400 per acre foot water. So I would encourage everyone to keep your eye on that. I have always said that's the one failure of civil engineers, is telling the public one number and no one believes us, because it always comes in higher. And one of the things that we do is they don't do to the midpoint of construction with inflation. And so I constantly point that out.
Thanks, Tim. Director Lyons.
Thank you, Chair Miller. Again, I'm not on this committee. Liz, maybe you could provide a little bit of filling in the gaps for me, and I appreciate this conversation because it's really drilling down on some things that I think are very important. when we were talking about need, I understand that really what we want to identify is what the needs are. And when I hear that, I think, well, what are our needs? And then I'm hearing you say that one of the tenets then would be the equity and affordability. And need would come under equity. Can I make that leap? Is that what you're saying?
I think that is one of our needs. I think another need is what we talked about with our general manager working on how to leverage our investments to lift others up as well.
Yeah, so that's where, honestly, maybe this dialogue's already going on, but need is not a simple thing to assess. There's the pragmatic need of needing water, but the larger need of lifting up the region. And how we parse that out and how we define that for ourselves, I think will be really important, provide us with some clarity before we go into this. Thank you. That was more of a statement.
Thanks, Joy. Any other questions? I know we're getting close on time. Well, we've actually went by our time, but any other questions for Liz? Seeing none, thank you, Liz. The next item for discussion is the Colorado River Hydrology and Basin State Update. Alexi Schnell will provide that report to us.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Miller, members of the committee and board. Again, my name is Alexi Schnell. I'm the Colorado River Program Manager, and I am going to provide you with, in the interest of time, a brief summary of the Colorado River Hydrology Update and Basin States Issues Update. The corresponding report can be found in your supplemental materials beginning on page 35. Oops, got the slide. Here we go. Okay, so this is an update we provide each year at this time based on the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. They put out their August 24-month study at this time of year, and that report is used to look at projections for January 1st for the levels in elevation for Lakes Powell and Meade, the two critical reservoirs on the Colorado River. And it's these projections that they base what the operating conditions will be for the next calendar year. So the report was released last week, so I have some general information from that for you. In summary, the elevation is projected to hold in Meade. It's projected to hold pretty much to where we've seen it in 2024. So that's probably a combination of having 2 wet winters and then the additional conservation that's been put in place in the basin. Also, the release from Lake Powell, that is going to hold to a mid-elevation release tier, which means that there will be a delivery of 7.48 million acre-feet to Lake Meade from Powell in 2025. And what's important to note from that is the same release we had this year. And then just focusing really quickly here on some of the key numbers that we're looking at right now that are of interest is that the total system storage at 44% is the same this year as it was last year, and that precipitation this year is right at normal. And then of interest is that the inflow, the forecast inflow for next year at 93% of normal is an increase of 10% from this year. And that's the amount of water that actually makes it into Powell that isn't lost to, let's say, evaporation or dry soils. So that is an improvement. Okay, so importantly, as I mentioned, Reclamation looks to the 24-month study to determine those river operations. The river has operated under shortage conditions. The first shortage condition was in 2022, and it has been in a shortage condition since then. You can see at the top there, I've listed out 2022, the level 1 shortage. Conditions became more dire in 23, and it went down to a level 2, or increased to a level 2, which is more restrictive. But that was the same year we had the big storms come through. Excuse me. And we were able to move then back to a level 1, and for 2025, Reclamation has stated that we will stay in a level 1 condition and shortage condition. And what's important to note from that is that California has not been impacted by shortage operations, and it will not be again in 2025. Okay. So now I want to talk briefly about near-term actions. While California is not facing mandated reductions, California did agree to implement voluntary conservation to help support the river through 2026, when we will have new guidelines. And there was this spring an alternative referred to as the Lower Basin Plan was chosen as the federal action in the record of decision in the environmental process to amend the operating guidelines for the river in the near term. So that's a consensus-based plan that the Lower Basin came up with that was built on voluntary conservation to save 3 million acre-feet through 2026. And I'll just comment that as of July, the Lower Basin has generated approximately 1.7 million acre-feet of that 3 million acre-feet of system conservation, in line with the conservation targets. And then I'll just comment the partnerships among California agencies, as you've heard, tribes and reclamation have been critical to implementing that Lower Basin Plan. Earlier today, Chair Miller talked about the SCIA agreement, so I won't say more on that, other than I will add that one element tied to the SCIA is that reclamation agreed to provide $250 million to support the Salton Sea restoration through IRA funding as an added benefit of that agreement. And a portion of that funding was released last year. This is based back to last year's SCIA. And the new SCIA that has just been approved is going to free up the remainder of that federal funding, so an additional $170 million. So on a concurrent path to the near-term actions to bolster the river, Reclamation is continuing its environmental review process for the development of that next set of operational guidelines that will manage the river post-2026. And a draft environmental impact statement for the development of the post-26 guidelines is expected to be published for public review by year's end or slightly thereafter. Reclamation is currently reviewing proposals that were submitted by the Lower Basin, Upper Basin, and others. And while there were efforts to try to reach the basin-wide approach, as we've heard, in the end, the Lower Basin states of California, Nevada, and Arizona developed one proposal, and the Upper Basin states of Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, and New Mexico came up with a separate proposal. And I'll just highlight that the main differences between the two is that the Lower Basin is wanting to take a system-wide approach and look at hydrology based on total live storage in the basin, so considering 7 different key reservoirs, and also would be looking at sharing cutbacks or shortages above a certain trigger level, with us, the Lower Basin taking 50% and the Upper Basin taking 50%. Where the Upper Basin proposal, they are wanting to keep with looking at storage only in Lakes Meade and Powell, so just those 2 reservoirs versus that across the basin approach that we're looking at. But the most important difference is that they want all shortages to be taken by the Lower Basin, not to share in those. And so in summary, for next steps, in relation to the post-26 guidelines, I mentioned that discussions are ongoing among the basin states trying to reach a consensus-based proposal. It really is still too early to determine if such a consensus will happen. But as I mentioned, Reclamation is expected to release that draft EIS late this fall or early next year, and that would lead to a public review comment period that would take us into 2025. And again, it's too early to determine what any impacts of any alternative would be to California, but we continue to engage with our partners on the Colorado River Board to monitor these issues. And that concludes my presentation.
Thanks, Alexi. Director Modaffar, would you like to add anything?
No, I think everything right now, we're just expecting at some point, because of the Upper Basin and the position they're taking, that we aren't doing enough in California. We believe that we are doing plenty. We're in alignment with Arizona and Nevada. So now it's really going to ultimately be up to the commissioner to have to put her foot down and say it's time for the upper to play along. And again, keeping it away from people in black robes. That's never got a good outcome.
Thanks, Jim. Director McMillan.
Yeah, I guess a question for Director McDaffer. On what are the? I mean, I understand them from their viewpoint, saying, "Hey, you guys take the whole loss although it's a, I assume the argument is it's sort of a basin thing and the lower levels are in all areas. It's the California thing, or we're not doing enough? Is that their argument?
Being that it's a public meeting, I'll refrain from saying what I'd really like to say, but let's just say that they're out of touch with reality in the upper basin. I think California and Nevada and Arizona, we've got leading conservation efforts, more are coming, and have done a lot to really keep water on the river. I'm sure that this agency's already done a number of things. We'll probably hear about more. We certainly saw what IID has just done. The reality is nothing is happening in the upper basin except a lot of rhetoric.
All right, thank you. Anybody else have any questions? I know we're all waiting for lunch. I don't see any. We have, under information, we've got the Colorado River Board Representation Report as well as the Salt and Sea Management Report in your booklets. We've already done our closed session. I don't see anything else here. Anybody else have anything? If not, we're adjourned. And we will have 45 minutes for lunch, so we'll be back here at approximately 1:45.
There we go. Good afternoon and welcome to the Water Planning and Environmental Committee meeting for August 22nd, 2024. Director Hurst is remote this month and he meets the requirements of posting the agenda at his remote location. Votes taken today will be by roll call vote. Suzanne, can you please call the roll?
Chair Heidemann.
Here.
Vice Chair Macedo. Vice Chair Smith. Directors Bays.
Here.
Elletharp. Hurst.
Present.
Kennedy. Leahy. Here. Lines. Here. McMillan.
Yes.
Querum. Here. Vespi.
Here.
Whitburn. Supervisor Desmond. Chair Heidemann, you have a quorum of the committee.
Thanks, Suzanne. At this time, I'd like to ask if there's any members wishing to comment on any items listed on the Water Planning and Environmental Committee agenda. Members of the public.
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press star 9 if you are listening by phone. I see none.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to move on to the chair's report. The 9th Annual California Water Data Summit was held last week at USD. The summit brings together water professionals to share insights and best practices on how to use data to address the complex challenges facing the water sector. 3 Water Authority staff members participated on panels to share how San Diego region is using data to better address regional challenges. Many of the Water Authority's member agencies also attended this event. At this time, I'm going to move on to the consent calendar. We have one item on the consent calendar today, an amendment to the professional services contract with eSource Companies, LLC, for the Regional Water Loss Program to allow member agency funded contracts. I want to note for this item, there is no additional funding required from the Water Authority. Rather, any additional funding would come from member agencies that choose to utilize the Water Authority's contract with eSource. So having said that, do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Move to approve.
Second.
I'm sorry, that was, second was by Mr. Bays, and who's the motion?
Lines.
Lines.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can I get a roll call vote?
Chair Heidemann.
Yes.
Vice Chair Macedo. Vice Chair Smith. Directors Bays.
Yes.
Elletharp. Hurst.
Aye.
Kennedy. Leahy.
Yes.
Lines.
Yes.
McMillan.
Yes.
Querum. Vespi.
Yes.
Whitburn. Supervisor Desmond. Chair Heidemann, the motion passes.
Thank you very much, Suzanne. We have one presentation item today. It's an update on the draft recommendations in the 2023 Water Facilities Master Plan. The process to prepare the plan started 2 years ago and has included significant input from member agencies. Jeff Stevenson, Director of Water Resources, will start the presentation and be followed by several other speakers who will review the process to prepare the draft documents and its recommendations. There are a number of slides in this presentation, so if you have specific questions, please raise your hand and I'll try to take them as the presentation moves along. So take it away, Jeff.
Thank you, Chair Heidemann. The last time the master plan was updated was 2013, and the current process to update it started about 2 years ago. And we did that by forming a member agency technical work group, and that work group met 8 times over 2 years. The meetings resulted in 10 consensus recommendations, and the focus of this master plan is on system optimization. You're going to hear 3 presenters today, Jeremy Crutchfield, Nathan Faber, and Kevin Davis. And as just to note, there's no action today. This is an information item. We plan to bring this back to the board for approval in February, and we plan to release a draft to the member agencies next month for a 2-month review period. One final note, based on the timing of the plan this year, we started off the process with the title as the 2023 Facilities Master Plan Update.
We're going to rename it the 2024 Facilities Master Plan Update, so when you see the draft, it will be named 2024 instead of 2023. And with that, I'll pass it off to Jeremy.
Thanks, Jeff. Good afternoon, Chair Heidemann, members of board and committee. Our team's really excited to be here today as we approach the finish line of the 2024 Facilities Master Plan. So thank you for the opportunity to present. As Jeff said, we're going to be tag teaming the presentation. Next slide, please. So here's what we're going to be covering today. First, we'll talk about the purpose of this update. And we'll also provide a brief summary of what we presented to this board the last time we met in October of last year. From there, we'll really focus on what we've been doing over the last year, focusing on the project evaluation process, and then finally the draft recommendations. Next slide. For the big picture, we wanted to kind of walk through the Water Authority's planning journey. And on this slide, you can kind of see three distinct periods. For the first 50 years, really, we were focused on bringing in imported water to the region to meet a growing demand for a growing population. That essentially meant more and bigger pipelines. In the 1990s, our agency transitioned to supply diversification, and really that was a result of increasing threats to our imported supplies. So those look like investments in our QSA supply, our emergency storage project investments, and then of course desal. Now, focusing where we're at over the last few years and moving forward, we're focusing on maintaining the system and optimizing our existing assets. Now, I do want to be clear, this is not our standard, typical facilities master plan. You're not going to see a plan that has recommendations which look at additional supply projects or increasing capacity, new pipelines, those types of projects that have been addressed and looked at in the past. What you are going to see is a unique and innovative process. The investments we've made are paying off, just maybe not in the way that we thought or envisioned them when we first put them in pen to paper. This master plan looked at using and leveraging our assets in a different way. We've also heard what the board's been talking about over the last couple of years with rates and budgets and value. And so this master plan not only looks to the future, but we also assessed our current projects in the CIP and tried to come up and develop alternative ways to implement those projects more efficiently to drive down those costs. And we have a good example of one of those efforts we'll go over today. The recommendations you see here, as Jeff mentioned, are really focused on a couple of things: efficiency and reliancy and resiliency of our system. Next slide, please. So what is really the purpose? What are we looking to accomplish today? Obviously, we want to introduce to you our 10 recommendations. We want you to understand what the benefits of these recommendations are, how much they cost, when they're going to be implemented. The second part is really the most important part, and that's soliciting feedback from all of you. The feedback we get today will be incorporated into our draft recommendations and into the ultimate final document itself that we'll be bringing back to this board early next year for adoption. So again, as Jeff mentioned, there is no action today. This is for us to get intel from you, find out where your interest points are, and have that conversation. So this is a very important step in our final process. Before I hand it off to Nathan to get into the weeds of everything, I do want to thank you and your staff. This has been a very collaborative process from the beginning, and it's the contributions from your staff that really led to these draft recommendations we'll be presenting today. So that's been invaluable through this whole process, and again, just want to say thank you to all of you. So with that, I'll hand it over to Nathan.
Okay, thanks, Jeremy. I wanted to briefly give some context to the Water Facilities Master Plan, and before we get into the details, I wanted to start with a high-level overview of the master plan. So the purpose of the plan is really to look at future facility needs. We looked at both capital changes like new facilities or operational changes like reconfiguration of pipelines. And as Jeremy discussed, we're in a different paradigm, and planning is not always a new project. It can be operational changes or optimizing existing facilities, and that's what you're going to see in these recommendations. So overall, the plan will represent a planning roadmap for future infrastructure investments and help us determine the best value path forward. So stakeholder input was really important and engagement, and that really shaped the recommendations that you're going to see here today. Starting on the left, we met with the member agency technical group frequently. Moving to the right, we coordinated progress with the member agency managers as a key step. And then on the far right, we reviewed progress with you, the board, on past updates, and we had a special board workshop. So the information that you see today has really gone through a thorough stakeholder review. And a key part of the process was member agency engagement. I mentioned, and Jeff mentioned, the member agency technical group. This was a group of representatives from the member agencies. They were key in collaborating on ideas, reviewing the technical details of the planning process. And one of the highlights was in our May 2023 workshop. We worked together, we broke out into focus groups, and we brainstormed over 100 different ideas that we put on spreadsheets, and we really talked about it in detail. So the participation was high in these member agency technical groups. We averaged about 30 member agency representatives at each workshop. And as Jeremy said, we really want to thank the board for supporting this process and supporting such a high member agency participation. So at our last workshop with the board, we covered these 7 scenarios that are on the screen. We used supplies and demands and forecasting future conditions. And the first 5 scenarios in blue really relate to supply and demand changes. And the last 2 scenarios in green relate to operational changes. So for all these scenarios, the consultant used computer modeling to stress the system and really considered a wide range of demands, including that low demand scenarios, which we also adjusted for detachment. So the scenario planning findings were that first, supplies can be met with demands with no constraints. Like Jeremy said, we're not looking at new supplies, new pipelines or anything like that. Also importantly, QSA can be delivered or stored with some operational adjustments. So this kind of looks at that low demand scenarios. And we'll talk more about that. Kevin will get into that. And then third, no capacity challenges with pipelines, pumps, or water deliveries are forecasted. With lower demands, there are some challenges. And with that, we've seen that water is in the system for longer durations, and the chlorine residual drops causing nitrification. So that's that thing that we want to really look at. Localized nitrification is forecasted to be a challenge through the planning horizon. And I do want to emphasize, all our drinking water regulations are met, but we do have operational constraints. And then finally, for abrupt disruptions, this is really different than the emergency storage program, which looked at disruptions out of the region. We looked at local seismic events that could jeopardize delivery and cause impacts in the region, and recovery times could be extensive. So next, I'll turn it over to Kevin Davis from the Black & Veatch consulting firm, and Kevin's going to get into more details on the evaluation process.
Great, thank you, Nate. The first thing we had to do as we looked at the evaluation of the multiple projects and solutions that we came up with was really set some goals. And those goals were aligned for all of our evaluations, and it starts with reducing risk. So Nate talked about just now the abrupt disruptions that creates a risk. So that's an example of things that we are looking at. How can we lower that risk? Also, we talked about the prolonged anticipated challenges that we might have with mitigating some of the nitrification challenges. So, how can we address that and do that in a way that always maintains delivery reliability? And then finally, we looked at a goal of really reducing costs. So what could we do to reduce costs? And Nate talked about looking at the CIP, looking at the existing CIP, and how we might be able to do things and imagine things a little bit different. So we set those goals, and now I'm going to walk you through a little bit of the process. So when we look at the evaluation overview, we really broke it down into 3 steps. So we took that 100 or so solutions that we came up with, and we started sorting through those and really evaluating those against those criteria that we just came up with. And then we further refined that based on, do these meet the result or the intents and the goals? Are they cost effective? Do they introduce a different challenge if you implement them? And finally, we sorted that through to step 3, which really focused on the value of those solutions. And so we did that by looking at cost and risk. So we can go to the next slide. So risk management really came down to 3 things that that carried all the way through into the final assessment here, which are policies, studies, and then projects. So I'm going to walk through this. But in order for us to get kind of aligned on what we're going to show you, we have some graphical ways to present these projects. So let me walk you through what you're looking at on the screen right now. So we start with, if you look at the top of this, you'll see that you see net savings and project costs. So that upper line, that horizontal line, represents costs. And in some cases, in at least one case, you'll see that we'll have some savings that we're able to realize. Now, if you look at that middle line, right down the middle, it's a green line, that represents the break point between net savings, and then to the right, you'll see costs. Then you see this big blue arrow pointing down, and that's really system risk reduction. So as the point or the dot goes down on that graph, that means we're reducing risk even more, which is a good thing. So projects that are close to that green line or move to the left are really, really attractive, and those projects that are more to the right are maybe less attractive. But as far as they go down, the further they go down on that line, that really helps us with risk. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. So here's an example, and that yellow dot represents a project. This is an example of what it would look like if we were able to come up with net savings. So we're reducing risk because it's going down, and it's also a net savings because it's moving left. All right. So here is a summary of all the projects that made it to step 3. This is how they graphed, and I want to draw your attention to a diagonal line that starts at that 0 point at the top, and it moves down to the right. And so if we go to the next slide, you see a grouping of projects here that are close to the 0 line, but they also are reducing risk. Those become more attractive. If we go to the next slide, these 2 projects over here, well, they do reduce risk a little bit. They don't reduce it a lot for the cost that you would have to spend. So those projects become less attractive. And as we go through this process, you'll see how how those actually plotted at the very end again. But I'm going to focus on that first set of projects there that we talked about that are more attractive, because that's where our recommendations are. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so we'll walk through this, and I'm not going to go through this on this slide, but I will go through each one of these. But our recommendations include 2 policies, 2 studies, and 6 capital projects. So let's walk through those, and we'll see how they shake out. So first is, let me orient you to how we're going to present these projects to you. We'll start with the recommendation name, whatever it is, the goal of the recommendation, and then a brief little statement. And then we'll show the costs, and those costs are in 2024 dollars, and there are reasons why we have them in 2024 dollars, so that we can compare them all against each other, right? So we want to see how they plot. In the future, we will put them into the midpoint of construction, have those costs, and that'll be part of the master plan, so you'll see that. We'll also have an implementation start date, or maybe even a start to finish date, something like that. So you'll see that as we go through. So let's start with policies. And the first policy on there is the Water Authority Carryover Storage Policy, and the second one is a Seismic Risk Prioritization Policy. So let's start with the Carryover Storage Policy. So let me start by orienting you a little bit to the San Vicente Reservoir. San Vicente Reservoir was built initially as part of the emergency storage program. It has multiple pools of water in there. The Water Authority has an ESP, or an emergency storage program pool. That is for outside interruptions to the imported water system. We also have a carryover storage pool. That carryover storage pool represents water that we would use in prolonged droughts. And so we need to have that carryover storage pool. However, in today's world, our demands are lower than they were back in 2016 when we set a 70,000 acre-foot volume target for that carryover storage. As a result, we can lower the amount of carryover storage that we need moving forward, which frees up operational storage for storing things like QSA in multiple wet years. So the cost for this is really not, there is no cost, and there's really no implementation timing because we can do it right away once you adopt the policy. But what this does for us, it's like building a 30,000 acre-foot reservoir for free and immediately. So that gives us some extra storage volume for QSA during those wet years like we talked about, and it gives us a lot more flexibility in how you operate that reservoir. So this is a policy that we'll be bringing back in February for action, and then we'll be able to discuss it even more then if you'd like. So next slide, please. Another policy that we came up with was a seismic risk prioritization policy. Now this policy looks at really putting the projects that might have a seismic risk in the right prioritization. So what do I mean by that? First of all, we developed a tool that looked at likelihood of failure and consequence of failure for all of the assets within the water authority that could be subject to a seismic event. Now what we were able to do is operations and asset management are able to look at those facilities and say these are the ones that we should address first and these are the ones that we should address later. And as they do that, this tool can be used on a routine basis, and then you would be able to say, okay, these are projects that we would like to take and put into the CIP in the future, go through the process of doing that and saying these are the reasons why these are the most highly prioritized projects. So that policy will also be brought to you back in February next year and for adoption. Next slide, please. Okay, so 2 studies were recommended here. One was a source water and localized nitrification mitigation study. The other one is a creek crossing vulnerability study. So I'm going to go through each one of those. So the source water and localized nitrification study really does 2 things. One is it builds a hydraulic system model for the water authority's aqueduct system, a model that you don't have currently, at least that is a robust, full system model. In addition to that, there will be a water quality part of that model that will be built on top of it to better assess how water quality challenges are going to be mitigated, how things can be maybe reoperated to solve that. Right now we don't have that tool. So this will be an important tool to do that. So why does it matter? It matters because as we make investments, especially capital investments in the future to mitigate this, you want to make sure you're doing it in the right spot at the right time. And so this will help with that and make sure that we don't have assets that are built in the wrong place. So next slide, please. The other study that is recommended, and this was really a collaboration with the member agency technical group, that said, hey, what do we not know about? And so there, with changing in climate, maybe more severe storms, there are a number of creek crossings right now of the aqueduct system. So there's 12 that could be potentially vulnerable. And so this study would look at those 12 locations of creek crossings. It would do a scour analysis and determine whether or not they were safe or if there were potentially a need for projects to be implemented in the future. Okay, next slide. So let's talk about the capital projects. These are the projects that we're going to actually recommend to be built. Next slide, please. And we'll start with the crossover pipeline. So the crossover pipeline, to orient you, is a pipeline that conveys untreated water from the second aqueduct on the western side of the service area over to the first aqueduct on the eastern side. And there are multiple member agencies that are served with this untreated water. They go to water treatment plants. And the crossover pipeline is a PCCP pipeline, and it is in need of repair, as all PCCP pipelines do eventually. And so we looked at different options that might be able to be done a little bit more collaboratively with some of your member agencies, and we coordinated with all of them. The member agency technical group was really effective in helping us with this, as well as the asset management team with Martin Coghill and others. And we were able to come up with a strategy that allowed 2 different agencies to work with the water authority to come up with a smarter way to do it. And as a result, the current budget in the CIP is over $200 million, and we came up with a strategy to save close to $40 million by this collaboration. So we're recommending this implementation as soon as possible, and to get started, I should say, as soon as possible. Build some early facilities to reduce the risk on the crossover pipeline, and then the rest of the asset management could be done more efficiently. Next slide. Thank you. The next project on here is the aqueduct isolation facilities. These facilities are really intended to give us protection should we have a localized earthquake or other interruption. So this is an abrupt disruption remedy. So there's 3 new isolation structures and facilities that would be built on the second aqueduct. And what this would allow us to do is if there was a compromise to the second aqueduct, we could isolate those facilities and basically push water the other direction to get our member agencies back in service quicker. And this would significantly minimize the amount of disrupted deliveries. And should we not do this, there is some vulnerability there. So the next project is the additional pump drive and transformer for the San Vicente pump station. So just as a little bit of history on the San Vicente pump station, this was one of the assets as part of the emergency storage program. This was intended for an outside interruption to service of imported water to San Diego County. And during that period of time, there was some value engineering done that looked at potentially, or that looked at and agreed and decided to not install one of the VFDs and one of the transformers. And largely the reason for that was because this was for an emergency event. We would be using this pump station very infrequently, so it wouldn't wear and tear as much. Now, in the new paradigm that we live in today, it's a little bit different. Today, we're using this pump station on an annual basis. We're storing water during the wet months, and we're using water in the dry months. And so this pump station's use has shifted, and so as a result, we're using this pump station more frequently. So this project would add a third VFD, it would add a third transformer, and it would allow us to have much better redundancy than we do today. And so, so this project is about $5 million, and it would probably get started in 2028. Next slide. Also at San Vicente pump station, during the initial design, there was thoughts of adding an additional power source. And at the time, we were looking at being able to run all 3 pumps, and it's a 21,000 horsepower pump station. So that would be a really big facility. Today, on average, we're running 1 pump most of the time when we're using it. Sometimes we're running 2, but mostly it's 1. So if we look at a much smaller need, which is around 2,000 horsepower, 6,000 horsepower, it'd be 3 diesel generators. It's a much more cost-effective way to provide this needed redundancy. This would be about $17 million. We would add the diesel generators and the fuel storage, and we'd be able to run that in times of high winds, when SDG&E shuts down, in times of a seismic event that might compromise the substation, things like that. So it would give us a lot of risk reduction there. Next slide. So the pipeline 3-4 conversion, and I want to orient you on what that is. First of all, that terminology is not a new one. Some of you may remember that from the last master plan. There are, on the first aqueduct, there are 3 pipelines. There's pipelines 3, 4, and 5. Pipelines 3 and 5 are untreated, and pipeline 4 is treated. In the previous master plan, we were looking at how we could get more water into the region, and so we looked at switching pipelines so we could get more capacity of untreated water. In today's paradigm, we're looking at, okay, how can we repair pipeline 4? And in order to do that, since it's our only treated water pipeline that connects to multiple member agencies, we needed to find a way to do that, and so we envisioned the pipeline 3-4 conversion again. So what this consists of would be a number of interchange facilities that allow us to move treated water from pipeline 4 to pipeline 3. And as we do that, we would be able to also introduce flexibility to go back and forth with those 2 pipelines should we need to. So this would not only facilitate the relining of pipeline 4, but it would also give us a lot of flexibility should some other issue come up in the future. So the cost for this is around $22 million, and then the implementations would start pretty soon. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Nathan, and he's going to take this to the end.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. So the last project is the rejection tower, which helps us control pressure and deliveries on Pipeline 5, and it's also critical for the operation of the crossover pipeline. It was identified in previous reports as having moderate corrosion and seismic risks, and so we did a planning study in 2021, looked at several alternatives, and looked at operations in the Twin Oaks area. And for the other alternatives, the costs and risks were not as favorable, so therefore we're confirming the scope and timing of the rejection tower replacement project alternative in this area. And really this represents the best value compared to the other alternatives. Okay, so here's the cost and risk graphic that Kevin discussed, and it's a zoomed in scale, so you'll see more detail here. We've taken the projects that are less favorable off this chart, and this really looks at two different types of projects: optimization and resilience. So those are added as dots there, the different types, and then the recommendation titles are added here. So there's a lot on this, but really on this one graph, it looks at all the recommendations in terms of costs and risk reduction. And overall, this illustrates a potential risk reduction from these recommendations, which focuses, as Kevin and Jeremy mentioned, on good value and system optimizations. And these recommendations were really, as the member agencies can attest, improve resiliency and reliability for them. So we covered a lot of information, so we wanted to put it in a table to summarize the recommendations. And it shows the recommendations which have been ordered by implementation, so a little different order than what you've seen. The second column there is the CIP adjustment, and the final column on the right represents the anticipated implementation schedule. So tried to put that all in one place here. Overall, this represents an approximate net $30 million change to the CIP, which would be implemented over 10 to 15 years. So we're in the planning phase. We have flexibility, and I'll talk a little bit more about that during the CIP development process for movement of these projects around as we go through the CIP development. So for the next steps, we plan on finalizing these recommendations based on the board's feedback. We'll circulate a draft report. We have over 2 months built into the schedule for member agency feedback. Then we'll finalize the document in December. We'll also have an update on the 2024 Climate Action Plan and CEQA, which are linked with the master plan recommendations. And then finally, we'll come to the board in February of 2025 to solicit approval of the master plan, and we'll have 4 actions at that time. So we'll have actions on the 2 recommended policy. We'll also have an action on the master plan, and the final action will be the CEQA resolution for the board to consider. So even after potentially being approved through the master plan, these recommendations will be reviewed again through the CIP development process. So just as a reminder, as Jeff mentioned, there's no action for the board at this time. This is just an update, and we'll be happy to answer any questions, and I'll turn it over to you, Chair Heidemann.
Thank you, Nathan, and thanks to the team, Jeff, Jeremy, Kevin. Appreciate the discipline. I know we started this some time ago, and even during the process of detachment, so I have a couple questions about that in just a moment. But I want to congratulate you on not finding new projects. I know that takes great discipline, but I like the idea of the optimization. And I would put that in the category of just good government hygiene, you know, doing things better, more efficient. So I like that. I even like the idea of saving. I know the crossover pipeline is something we've been discussing for some time, and saving $38 million is a big deal for us and for this organization. So I appreciate that. Kevin answered my question about the changes in the policy. So I'm assuming in February, assuming that the master plan's approved, the carryover storage policy would be adopted. And I'm assuming the studies that follow, those
Yes.
would also
Yes.
be triggered soon after the adoption?
Yes, soon after the adoption, we'll go through the regular contracting process, and if it requires board approval, then it'll come back before the board.
Very good. So on the, I have two questions. One is on the conversion of the pipeline 3-4. So that, you said that was that contemplated with detachment, and can you share what the implications of that may or may not be in terms of how it impacts the entire system?
Yeah, that's a good question. It was contemplated in light of detachment, and Jeremy's had some additional discussion. So I think, Jeremy, you want to talk about your discussions that you've had?
Yeah, I can jump in here. So the short answer is yes, detachment was contemplated and integrated into the recommendation for the P3, P4 switch. So essentially, the Fallbrook and Rainbow facilities in that area, there are no more interties to those facilities. They've been removed or will be removed from the system. So that's reflected in the recommendation and in the budget for that project. So that's the short answer, and that's all covered in the master plan. In the long term, detachment did provide some additional or potential for operational flexibility of our treated water system, especially up in North County. And, you know, it's important in what we're looking at on the staff side, working with engineering and operations since detachment was approved, was how we serve our northern service connections. With Rainbow and Fallbrook no longer part of the Water Authority, we can now reach all of our system with, or at least all of our system from the second aqueduct from Twin Oaks. And so that includes our desal flows. It also can receive water from the first aqueduct through some of our pipelines that we have in our system. So that removes our reliance on Metropolitan Skinner treatment plant on the fourth pipeline. So we looked at the potential, and our normal relining process is we identify the segment that needs to be relined, we bulkhead up front and below, isolate that, spend 6 months relining, and then put that pipeline back in service. Because of where Pipeline 4 is located up in this area, and it's our only treated water pipeline, in discussions with Metropolitan, we can't follow our typical way of relining. We can't isolate that system due to some constraints it puts on their operations up in their system. And so we're working and engaging with Metropolitan staff on that. But right now we haven't identified that pathway to do a traditional relining. So that's where this P3, P4 switch came into play. It's an alternative means that allows us to implement the Pipeline 4 relining, which is critical through our asset management program and what Martin's doing. We do have a 20-year program to reline that pipeline, and we need to start implementing that program. So that's what this project is. It's a way to support that relining because we can't do it our traditional way based on some constraints up north.
Thanks, Jeremy. I would encourage you to continue those conversations with Metropolitan and see if there's some way we could work together to solve that issue. The only other question I had was on the $17 million for the power supply for San Vicente, some diesel generators and fueling. So can you explain what that is? That's a lot of money for some diesel generators. And
yeah,
so maybe I'm missing something.
As Kevin mentioned, it requires 6,000 horsepower, which is quite a bit of energy and electricity. So these 3 diesel generators would be used as a backup, one during an emergency. So if we had a seismic event, we couldn't get power from SDG&E, we would use these backup diesel generators. And then 2, we've been seeing a lot of public safety power shutoffs. I'm sure a lot of our member agencies have had to deal with the same thing. And with the increasing importance of San V and the storage in San Vicente, having that operational during those public safety power shutoffs is more critical. So those diesel generators would be able to provide enough power for one of those pumps and keep us operational during when we are interrupted from SDG&E. All right. It's just pricey, but I appreciate that. And thanks again for the process. I know you've been very inclusive with our organization, so I appreciate that. All right, we have a number of speakers. The first up is Director Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair Hardiman, and thanks, guys, for all the work. I know it's been a lot of years working through that.
A couple questions. I fully support the change of the carryover storage, just like we have over several times with our ESP water, 10,000 acre feet a year here and there, which resulted in budgetary savings at the time. But I think that for the assistance for some of the other board members here that are newer, and I was looking through the board packet, we used to get a thing that showed the lake elevations in the board packet, but I couldn't find it this month or last month for whatever reason. But it'd be handy to see the annual curve of how that goes. And in light of the discussions we've had earlier about QSA supplies and the amount of our demands, it'd be helpful to know how that's going to help operationally even out our system demands with regard to our constant take or pay numbers. So that'd be handy to have. Can we look at the seismic slide, please? I think that's 25 on the line, but I think it's like 42 or something on yours, or the one that has the. And I think, again, and you were just talking about, Jeremy, where the Met and Water Authority separation occurs. Someone who didn't know would think all those blue lines are Water Authority lines, but the reality is the purple fault line, the Water Authority lines end past where those two diverge, roughly around Highway 76. And so I think that it's important, if we're going to show a graphic, that we show that's Met, this is the Water Authority. None of those faults cross a Water Authority pipeline. I've been doing water engineering and water operations for a long time, and had the pleasure of operating the city of Vernon's water system during the Northridge earthquake. We were near downtown Los Angeles. That system had water pipelines that were built in the very late 1800s and early 1900s. And while we were addressing lots of buildings that were falling on the ground, there were 0 water main breaks. And so what you'll find in water mains and buried infrastructure is that unless you're crossing the fault line, your risk is relatively low. It's not super high. So I encourage, when we get into the seismic risk prioritization, to look, what is the documented history of water main failures related to seismic activity where you're not immediately on the fault line? I'm pretty sure it's fairly low. And if it was that big of an earthquake, a lot of our member agencies are going to have problems because their systems would have gone out too. So it's not a big deal. Our system is going to drain out. Finally, when we go through the next round of presentation on this, it would be helpful to get some more details on the risk calculation methodology, the type of things that were done. I mean, there was all the bubbles and charts showing that this is the risk reduction. What sort of systems were used to calculate those? There's a number of different concepts within risk management of how you go about doing it. And I imagine it might be in more detail in another report that it's not in our board packet, but it'd be helpful to have everyone understand how we go about actually calculating that. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'll just, that last one, Director Kennedy, very similar to what we do with asset management. It looks at consequence of failure, probability of failure, and then some scores that we put on that.
How you do the scoring is one.
Yeah, and I don't know, Kevin, do you want to?
I don't need it right now.
Okay.
Just at some point we'll get the report. I'm just saying.
Sounds good.
We'd like to see that.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Thanks, Director Kennedy. Director Leahy.
Thank you. I think it's on slide 61 for you. I think it's 39 for our packet. The CIP adjustment, are any of these projects, none of these projects are already programmed in our CIP?
Some of them are, some of them are not. So, for instance, the crossover pipeline relining is already programmed into the CIP, and so that's where the cost savings are. There's a couple other ones that are as well. So it's a mix.
Okay,
to answer your question.
So what that would be is, I'm just going to throw out for the water quality study, if that was already in, you're saying it's $2 million more than what's already programmed in?
Yeah, so the water quality study was not. So those first four were not. Okay. It's a brand new number. So that $2 million is a brand new number.
Okay, so that's a little confusing because we're doing adjusted CIP or net savings or net project costs. I think for me it would be helpful to see a consolidated list of all of our capital projects, the schedule and what the actual capital costs are. I get that there might be a future savings from a capital project, but we're going to have to pay the money to build it to begin with, and we'll realize savings over time that won't necessarily be cash in our pocket to pay for something else. So I think that would be really helpful. I do have some concerns, I've expressed them in the past, about the plan and things that we have or have not looked at, and I'm still not clear on them. But it was mentioned a couple times about Twin Oaks. Twin Oaks is one of the projects that I'm concerned that isn't included and has not been evaluated as part of this. Typically, master planning efforts we use to figure out where the agency is going to go, what projects we're going to be doing, but then also how we're going to fund them. In a project like Twin Oaks, which I think, if my memory serves, it doesn't always serve me quite well, but I think we have extended 2 years ago our agreement, and then so that we have 3 years left. And we're going to have to make a decision in 3 years, and we don't have a number, and we're going to supposedly be doing our long-range financial plan, hopefully not in a year, hopefully now, but how are we able to plan for those types of expenses? The other one that's not in this list, which we have an obligation to pay, is Hodges Dam. That's $250 million that the Water Authority is tied to pay for, and if it's not included in one of our capital expenses, then we can't appropriately financially plan for these types of things. So I do have concerns that the list isn't complete with some of our planned or anticipated expenses for capital. I think that we need to see that as part of a final package for this. And then, again, to be able to roll into a long-range financial plan to make sure that we can afford to do this stuff, have that dollar value for today's dollars or additional dollars. And then one final question. The project list seemed to kind of end at 2035. We didn't look at any projects beyond 11 years from now?
So there are no projects that we're recommending. We looked at till demands out to 2045, and as you know, when you plan, you kind of move the target, but we didn't have any projects beyond 2035 that were identified. Okay. So we did look at till 2045, but nothing was identified out there.
That needed to be done. Okay, I just wanted...
Jeremy, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine, go ahead.
Jeremy wants to...
Yeah, Director Leahy, on the Twin Oaks question, it is included in the master plan, and we did evaluate that. I think in our last update to the board, we did show a graph showing the utilization, and I think we all know with the lower demands, Twin Oaks, that there are periods in the winter months with Twin Oaks is not on, right? We're not producing treated water there. And what our modeling showed through this master plan process is with all of our demand sets, we saw a gradual increase in utilization depending on the demand set that was used. So there is a slow increase in utilization over time expected for Twin Oaks, and that'll be documented in the report through the modeling. And then also there's the ESP component, and to be a critical facility, a link to our ESP. It treats all of the water that we would then provide under an emergency event, so we don't have to do boil water notices. So those aspects of it as well. But you will see a write-up and some information on Twin Oaks utilization in the plan.
So, but does that include, because my understanding is we essentially have to upgrade the facility or plan to come 3 years from now and start planning that effort. So will this document include the anticipated cost for that? Because I think that's what I'm glad we're considering it. I understand there's uses for the facility or proposed uses to continue operating the facility. I guess my concern is if it's not on a recommended list to be completed in the next 11 years, then is it a complete look at our picture of what we're going to be spending money on in the future? That's my concern. I don't see it on the list, so I would want to see it and make sure that we are making decisions knowing that might be a cost that we're planning to spend.
The transition of operation and ownership of that, the contract that's currently there, that was not contemplated in this master plan effort. The CIP components linked to that existing contract and a transition to a new contract were not evaluated in the master plan.
Thank you. That's concerning for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Leahy. Director Lyons.
Thank you, Chair Heidemann. Really good comments from my colleagues. Thank you. I have a clarification question. We've identified that our objectives are for optimization, management of assets, and optimization. So, in some ways, I understand what those terms are. But then we talk about redundancy, and it's really only in the additional pipe drive item. But when it comes to redundancy, I would like to understand what our objectives are. It's characterized as this project would improve, would result in better redundancy. But do we have a specific goal for redundancy? And I'd like some more clarity on that, because some of these objectives, only one listed today, but some of these may tie to achieving the objective of a certain level of redundancy. And if you have a response now, that's fine as far as clarifying that. Otherwise, it'd just be nice to have more information when it comes to us evaluating this.
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point. That is the project that we have identified for redundancy, because there is a vulnerability that we identified. So we identified that there's only one drive there, and that is a vulnerability to our operations. And so that's where the redundancy part comes in. You know, I think we can get into a little bit more of your question or comment about what is our goals and things like that, maybe at a later time, if that's okay.
That'd be great.
Great.
I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you, Director Lyons. Director Arant.
When the board just adopted the rates and charges for the 2025, the board rejected the recommendations of the financial planning work group to include the first aqueduct bifurcation project and defer action on that till, I guess, a future year. So does anything within this master plan document affect the evaluation of the necessity of that project or the timing of that project?
I will defer to Nina. Do you want to talk about, because I know she's managing the CIP budget and the development of that, so.
So I don't believe the master plan addressed that, but we are planning to include that per board direction in the next fiscal year budget.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Director Arant. I don't have any other comments. Thanks again, guys. Appreciate that. So we'll get the draft in September and then back to the board in February. So we'll see you then. All right, so we have no closed session items. We do? I don't think we do. All right, we don't have any closed session items, and so the meeting is adjourned. We'll have E&O in 5 minutes.
Committee ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you for letting us get ahead of this a little bit. We want to save some time today as we're running a little bit behind. So I'd like to call to order the August 2024 meeting from the Water Authority's Board Engineering and Operations Committee. As we discuss the items on the agenda today, I'll be calling directors who push their button to speak. Please limit your comments to the matters not already addressed and state all your points so we have a chance for all of us to speak and we can move through our agenda pretty quickly. I'll ask for a roll call, please.
Chair Scalzetti.
Here.
Vice Chair Ellslarp is absent. Vice Chair Macedo. Directors Abdullahi.
Present.
Arant. Here. Bukowicz.
Present.
Castaneda.
Yes, here.
Fongsakai. Present. McMillan. Miller. Here. Quaylen. Smith.
Here.
Wiley. Supervisor Desmond. Chair Scalzetti, you have a quorum of the committee.
Thank you so much. Any additions to the agenda today?
I see none.
None. Awesome. How about our public comments? Are there anybody, members from the public, who would like to address the committee on any items contained on this agenda?
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press star 9 if you are listening by phone. I see none, Chair.
Thank you. Chair's report. Ahead of the 4th of July holiday, O&M staff performed an emergency shutdown of Pipeline 5 to repair a failed valve in Fallbrook. The valve was repaired as soon as the pipeline was drained and returned to service shortly after. The overall shutdown lasted less than 3 days. We appreciate the support from all the affected member agencies. The Water Authority staff and member agency team work closely to make sure that water was reliably maintained and over that super hot weekend of the 4th of July. So thank you, staff, for working with all of our other member agencies. I'd like to look for any director's comments that have any comments this month. I don't see my vice chair, so does anybody else on our committee have any comments? Okay, moving right along. We do not have a consent, anything on consent today, but I do have a couple action presentations, which I'll try to move through pretty quickly. The first item is a design professional services contract with Simpson, Gumprez, and Heger Incorp. for carbon fiber reinforced polyliner line design and engineering support services as needed. And Jason will give us a brief rundown on that.
Where's that?
Hi, Jason.
Hello, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Scalzetti, members of the committee. My name is Jason Gornall, Engineering Manager in the Engineering Department. I'm here today to recommend award of a professional design services contract for carbon fiber reinforced polymer, or CFRP, lining design. This item can be found on page 32 of your board packet. Today's presentation will start with a bit of background on the risks associated with pre-stressed concrete cylinder pipe and how we currently monitor and mitigate those risks. We'll then discuss efficiencies and cost reductions associated with a proactive CFRP repair design contract and touch on the scope of work. Finally, we'll end with staff's recommendation. You may recognize this in the next few slides from a presentation delivered in April of this year related to the assessment and management of our pipelines. This chart illustrates the various failure modes associated with pre-stressed concrete cylinder pipe, as well as the portion of which the Water Authority currently monitors. As you can see from this graphic, but we are able to monitor the most common failure type, wire breaks, there's still approximately 1/3 of the failure types not actively tracked. This is to say pre-stressed concrete cylinder pipe can be difficult to predict the service life and must be actively managed to avoid pipe failure. With monitoring data, we can assess the condition of our pipe and estimate the probability of failure. Concurrently with probability of failure, We're assessing the consequence of failure. Some examples of pipeline failure consequences include water delivery interruption and member agency impacts, adjacent property damage, and loss of life. By far, the most common method we employ to rehabilitate pre-stressed concrete cylinder pipe is steel relining, similar to the Pipeline 5 relining San Luis Rey Canyon project awarded by the board in May of this year. While steel relining is an efficient and long-term pipe renewal solution, the amount of time required to budget, design, and construct the project can exceed the remaining service life of particular pipe sticks. As illustrated on this slide, a typical steel relining project can take 2 to 3 years to complete. With the 2 to 3 year implementation timeline in mind, let's review quickly how we've experienced pipeline failure in the past. In 2022, we were fortunate to interpret an impending failure of Pipeline 4 less than 100 feet away from a private residence. We performed an urgent repair within 4 months of detecting this impending failure. In this case, there was insufficient time to design and construct a pipeline relining project. Also in this case, the pipeline was quickly shut down under an urgent condition, impacting both Water Authority and member agency operations and staff. The Water Authority's asset management program monitors all approximately 30 miles of our unlined pre-stressed concrete cylinder pipe 24 hours a day, 7 days a week through our acoustic fiber optic system. Currently, there are 16 locations causing increased concern of pipe failure. The basis for this concern is directly related to the pipe's condition as evaluated by risk curves established to assess the number of wire breaks allowed without compromising the structural integrity of the pipe. The figure on the right highlights the locations of the system risk areas. There's a concentration of them on the crossover pipeline, as well as a few on pipelines 4 and 5. While it is common for the Water Authority to shut down Pipeline 5 during winter months for steel relining projects, both Pipeline 4 and the crossover can generally only be shut down for 10 days at a time. Because of this operational constraint, CFRP strengthening is an attractive candidate for temporary pipe stabilization while a more permanent solution can be developed. While all of our pipelines play a vital role in the delivery of water to our member agencies, the crossover pipeline is of particular criticality as it provides all of the untreated water to the southern portion of the first aqueduct, from which the cities of Escondido and Poway, approximately 200,000 people, are solely reliant upon for Water Authority deliveries. But you may be asking yourself, why do we need this contract if we've been able to remediate impending failures under emergency and urgent conditions in the past? To put it simply, being prepared for these instances reduces costs and impacts to the Water Authority, member agencies, and ratepayers. With a contract in place, we're able to negotiate and agree to terms and pricing ahead of time. This also reduces the overall timeline to repair pipelines by weeks. Attempting to negotiate a contract during an emergency shutdown is quite difficult, as the overriding priority is to repair and reactivate the damaged pipeline. Additionally, with repair designs developed proactively, our operations staff have the opportunity to coordinate shutdown timing and duration with member agencies, thus reducing the impact to the member agencies and their staff. The design of CFRP liners in large diameter water transmission pipelines is a specialized blend of mechanical, structural, and civil engineering. There are a limited number of design engineers in the United States that have the experience and knowledge required to successfully design these liners. After a thorough search, including inquiry with CFRP installers and other water agencies with similarly sized pipes, staff discovered only one firm, Simpson, Gumpertz, and Heger, with the appropriate experience that is independent from any manufacturer or proprietary design philosophy that may or may not conform to industry-wide standards. As such, a competitive acquisition waiver was completed in accordance with the administrative code and to eliminate the competitive bid process. As this is an as-needed contract, dollars utilized for design repairs will be accounted for in an appropriated project approved by this board. Therefore, it is staff's recommendation to authorize the general manager to award a design professional services contract to Simpson, Gumpertz, and Heger in an amount not to exceed $1 million to provide carbon fiber reinforced polymer pipelining design and engineering support services as needed for a period of 3 years with an option to extend 2 additional years. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you for that. I've got 2 questions in speakers in the queue. Director Castaneda?
I was just going to go ahead and make a motion to adopt the staff's recommendation.
Appreciate that. I got a motion. Do we have a second? Second. We have a second. Call on Director Miller.
Thank you, Chair Scalzetti. Jason, am I correct? This is just for design services and to be on call. This is actually not for any actual construction, right?
That's correct. Design services.
So that speeds the project up because they can just whip it out and be ready to go.
That's correct.
And do they have any kind of negotiated cost per square foot or square inch or anything on application of the product? Because we do have a sole source here.
So the sole source aspect of this is with the design. The design is not tied to any particular manufacturer or installer, which would affect the construction price, which is one of the benefits of having a consulting engineer develop your designs, sort of agnostic from any one particular manufacturer.
So in the case of a bad spot, they would immediately get on it, design it, come up with a solution, then we'd put it out to bid, correct?
That is our plan, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. And Arlene, with no other speakers in the queue, Arlene, can we get a roll call, please?
Chair Scalzetti?
Yes.
Directors Abdullahi?
Yes.
Arant?
Yes.
Bukowicz?
Yes.
Castaneda?
Yes.
Fonseca? Aye. McMillan? Yes. Miller?
Yes.
Quaylen?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Wiley? Supervisor Desmond?
Yes.
Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you so much. And before we go into our closed session, we have one more item, is amendment to professional services contract with the City of San Diego for water quality testing and analyst services. I wanted to see if we have any questions. I think we do have a couple of questions from our directors before we move on. I think this is just an amendment, but Director Leahy?
Thank you. I just have a quick comment. This contract's been in place for 10 years, and to my knowledge, the other general managers of other agencies were not reached out to this time around to see if they had the ability to provide these services. So I would appreciate it in the future to see if after 10 years, maybe different agencies' situations had changed and would have the ability to provide such services. So I would appreciate that in future. Thank you.
Okay, noted. This is just an amendment, so if anybody wanted to take staff recommendation, we can move that way, or if they wanted to see the presentation. All right. We got a motion by Director Arant.
A second
by Miller. And if it's okay, we'll just go to the roll call.
Chair Scalzetti?
Yes.
Directors Abdullahi?
Yes.
Arant?
Yes.
Bukowicz?
Yes.
Castaneda?
Yes.
Fonseca? Aye. McMillan?
Yes.
Miller?
Yes.
Quaylen?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Desmond?
Yes.
Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Clemens. Very efficient today. At this time, we'll move into our closed session portion of our committee.
We'll now adjourn into closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9.
Did I miss something? Okay.
If there are any members of the public or staff on the Zoom Live, please leave now.
There you go, bud. Listen, I don't know, 12 minutes? Well, this... Well, when you do this, when you go,
down to 22, you really changed the whole.
We have emerged from closed session with nothing to report.
Okay, thank you for attending our Engineering and Operation Committee. I call this meeting adjourned. And please, while you guys are all still sitting, can we go right into Admin Finance?
Okay, good afternoon. This is the August 22nd, 2024 meeting of A&F Committee. We have one board member remote, so we will be doing roll call votes today. As you've been admonished before, please keep your comments to things that have not been talked about before so we get everybody a chance to speak. So, Nicole, can you call roll, please?
Chair Rant.
Here.
Vice Chair Abdullahi.
Here.
Vice Chair Hogan.
Present.
Directors Acosta.
Here.
Bays.
Here.
Ike. Hilliker.
Here.
Hurst.
Present.
Katz.
Here.
Ray.
Present.
Vespi.
Here.
Wiley. Yamani.
Here.
Chair Rant, you have a quorum of the committee.
Thanks, Nicole. I had no additions to the agenda. Public comment. Are there any members of the public present or online wishing to comment on an item listed on the A&F Committee agenda for today? Could you check, Nicole?
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press star 9 if you are listening by phone. I see none.
Thank you very much. Under Chair's report, one item for the 11th consecutive year, the Water Authority has earned the 2024 Annual Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award. The National Procurement Institute measures public and nonprofit organizations based on innovation, professionalism, e-procurement, productivity, and leadership attributes within the procurement function of the agency. In order to earn the award on an annual basis, the program encourages the development of excellence and continued organizational improvement. Water Authority continues to demonstrate its commitment to being on the forefront of the best procurement practices and was one out of 48 agencies across California and one out of 198 agencies across the United States and Canada to earn the award this year. So congratulations to Water Authority's purchasing team. Congratulations. Okay, any director's comments? Okay, seeing none. Consent calendar. I have two items on the consent calendar. Note and file the monthly treasurer's report and a resolution establishing the amount due from the City of San Diego for the in lieu charges as a condition of providing water service for fiscal year 2025. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Move approval.
Who was that?
Katz.
Chair Katz, second.
Second. Abdullahi.
Abdullahi, yes. Okay, I have a motion and second. Can we have roll call, please?
Chair Rant.
Yes.
Vice Chair Abdullahi.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hogan.
Yes.
Directors Acosta.
Yes.
Bays.
Yes.
Ike is absent. Hilliker.
Yes.
Hurst.
Aye.
Katz.
Yes.
Myers.
Yes.
Ray.
Yes.
Vespi.
Yes.
Wiley is absent. Yamani.
Yes.
Chair Rand, items on the consent calendar pass.
Thank you very much. Under action, discussion, and presentation, we have a public hearing. The A&F committee will now consider staff's recommendation to adopt resolution number 2024 to be determined, approving amendments to the San Diego County Water Authority Local Conflict of Interest Code. The public hearing regarding the amendments to the Local Conflict of Interest Code is now open. The board memo and related resolution identify the proposed changes to the Local Conflict of Interest Code and explain the staff's request for the board action that will come at the conclusion of this public hearing. I will now check with the clerk and the general counsel to see if we have received any public comments in person or through Zoom. Have we?
I've received none.
None in person. I'll check the Zoom.
Okay, thank you.
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press *9 if you are listening by phone. I see none.
Okay, as last chance, are there any other persons who desire to address the board? If not, I will close the public input portion of the hearing. Are there any questions or comments from members of the board? Okay, the public hearing is now closed. Do I have a motion to adopt the resolution approving amendments to the San Diego County Water Authority Local Conflict of Interest Code? Moved by, I'm sorry? Abdullahi, second?
Second.
Imani. Okay. Okay, we have a motion and second for the approval. We'll now do roll call.
Chair Rand?
Yes.
Vice Chair Abdullahi?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hogan?
Yes.
Directors Acosta?
Yes.
Bays?
Yes.
Hilliker?
Yes.
Hurst?
Aye.
Katz?
Yes.
Myers? Myers?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
Vespi?
Yes.
Yamani? Chair Rand, the motion passes.
Thank you. I'd like to announce that as much as I look forward to this next item, it's going to be deferred, and that will be the general manager's update on the annual report of the business plan performance. So you'll have to wait a month. I know it'll be rough, but go ahead. Let's see. We have 4 information items. The Water Authority memberships and sponsorships list, page 144, the board package. Yes, just let me go through these, please. Report on the current water standby availability deferrals, page 147. Controller's report on monthly financial activity. This can be found on page 154, and then the board calendar item on page 164. I have a speaker, Director Leahy from the Grand City of Oceanside.
Thank you. I did look at the report on memberships and sponsorships. I did, and I say this sincerely. Apparently, I have to clarify that because people think when I do that, I'm being sarcastic. I do appreciate that the one membership that I requested last year not be renewed wasn't. So I expected to see the annual amount we spent on memberships decrease, and in fact, it actually increased 10% from the previous year. So I do have a huge concern that we just had a 14% approved rate increase, including a recommendation to decrease our budget by $2 million, and we continue to spend over $500,000 a year on sponsorships and memberships throughout all of Southern California. So I would ask that staff as well as individual board members here look at that list and look and see if any of those memberships or sponsorships that are occurring within your service area are necessary and something that we need to continue to spend money on. I know in the grand scheme of things, maybe $500,000 is just a drop in the bucket, but if we continue to add some of these things up, perhaps we won't have as big of a rate increase in the future. So I would hope that with all of the financial conversations that we've been having, we won't see that increase next year. And then I did want to additionally add that on the controller's report, so at the 12-month point, we did underspend our operating budget by 11% or $7 million. So again, I think there's room for improvement and tightening up that budget for the coming year, and I look forward to seeing what that budget looks like when we look at it in the spring. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Myers.
Just on that, my request would be that if we could get this list maybe the month before the meeting where we're asked to make the approval, that would give us an opportunity to look through it and maybe be able to ask some questions about certain line items so that we could be a little, have a little more information about some of them. I'm sure most of them, if not all of them, are important in one way or the other. The one thing I want to also make sure of is that those that we are contributing to, that it's not just a check being sent without any kind of follow-up, that all these organizations recognize and are reminded that we are supporting them. Because obviously there's a purpose for that support. We want to make sure that they know that the Water Authority is behind them and supporting them through these contributions. Thank you.
Your comments have been noted by the General Manager. We have no closed session, and therefore there is no business to come before the committee, and we are, I'm sorry, Director Yamani.
Mr. Chairman, I concur with both the sentiments of my colleagues. I think revisiting that list would give us more information on what are the metrics and what benefits are we receiving from these sponsorships or membership. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your comments. Any other comments? Director Buckwitz.
I also support those comments, but not just to necessarily eliminate some of the sponsorships, but being as we're raising rates on our customers, it's a good time where we could suggest that we reduce some of the support.
Okay. I see no other comments. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Formal board in 5 minutes.
How was that, guys?
Good.
Good afternoon. We'll call the formal board meeting to order. It is 2:35. Welcome, everybody. And if you can join me for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Kelly, if you'll call the roll, please.
Directors Acosta. Here. Quirm. Here. Chair Katz.
Here.
Director Kennedy. Here. McMillan. Yes. Scalzetti.
Present.
Secretary Hilliker. Here. Director Yamani. Here. Leahy. Here. Myers. Director Croucher is absent. Director Smith.
Here.
Quaylen.
Here.
Director Ike is absent. Director Heidemann.
Here.
Director Wiley is absent. Director Hurst.
Present.
Director Bays.
Here.
Abdullahi. Present. Buckowitz.
Present.
Fong Sakai.
Present.
Director Macedo is absent. Director Madaffer.
Here.
Vice Chair Serrano is absent. Director Steiner.
Here.
Vespi.
Here.
Whitburn.
Here.
Lyons.
Here.
Hogan.
Present.
Castaneda.
Here.
Ellithorpe is absent. Director Arant. Miller.
Here.
Ray. Here. Supervisor Desmond.
Here.
We have a quorum, Chair Katz.
Great, thank you. Do we have any proxies to report?
We have two proxies. Director Smith is the proxy for Director Croucher, and Director Acosta is the proxy for Director Quirm if Quirm needs to leave the meeting.
Great, thank you. And we have one person who's remote today, so we will be doing all of the voting by roll call vote. Public comment? Do we have anyone from the public who would like to comment?
If there are public speakers in the Zoom waiting room, please raise your hand through the Zoom app or press *9 if you are listening by phone. I see no requests.
Okay, any additions to the agenda?
We have no additions.
Everyone has received a copy of our minutes from our last Board of Directors meeting on July 25th, and I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Second.
Moved by Director Scalzetti, seconded by Director Madaffer. Kelly, if you'll call the roll.
Yes. Director Acosta?
Yes.
Quirm? Yes. Chair Katz?
Yes.
Director Kennedy?
Yes.
McMillan? Yes. Scalzetti?
Yes.
Secretary Hilliker? Yes. Director Yamani?
Yes.
Leahy?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Director Smith?
Yes.
Quaylen?
Abstain?
Heidemann?
Yes.
Hurst?
Aye.
Bays?
Yes.
Abdullahi? Director Abdullahi? Thank you. Buckowitz?
Yes.
Fong Sakai? Madaffer?
Yes.
Steiner? Vespi?
Yes.
Whitburn?
Yes.
Lyons?
Yes.
Hogan?
Yes.
Castaneda?
Yes.
Ellithorpe? Is absent. Arant?
Yes.
Miller?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
The minutes are approved.
Great, thank you. We're really pleased today to have two guests with us to start out our meeting from the Metropolitan Water District. The first is the chair of the board of the Metropolitan Water District, Adan Ortega, and Adan is the 20th board chair for Metropolitan Water District, and the Water District's been around for 94 years, so Adan is number 20 as far as board chair. He was VP of External Affairs at Met for almost 6 years. He was the Chief Deputy Secretary for the California Secretary of State Office. He was an Assistant General Manager for West and Central Basins Municipal Water Districts. And in his real job, where he tries to make a living, for almost 16 years, has a company called Ortega Strategies Group, and it's a strategies, planning, and communications company. And Adon will be speaking to us first, but before doing that, it's really my pleasure also to introduce Devin Upadhyay. Yes? All right. Who's an interim general manager of the Metropolitan Water District. Devin has been with Met since 1995. So most people would say that next year he's celebrating his 30th anniversary, except he wandered somewhere in the field for 3 years when he was Municipal Water District of Orange Counties, and then went back to Met. So if you took those 3 years off, it's really 27 years, but we'll call it 30 years next year. Devin, before being the interim general manager, was the executive officer and assistant general manager. He was, before that, the budget and financial planning section manager, and then the group manager for water resource management. So tons of experience with Metropolitan and knowing water throughout his entire career. So really excited to have Adon and Devin with us. Adon is finishing his second year as chair and pretty much coincided with my chairmanship of 2 years. And personally, getting to know Adon and getting to work with Adon has been one of the highlights of the last 2 years, and building up a personal relationship that when this is over for me, and Adon is up for re-election for another 2-year term, but not for me, maybe we shouldn't. Yeah, Nick's not here. Let's do a power play. This 2 years of working with Adon and getting to know Adon has really been a great personal thing for me, that we will continue this relationship and this friendship beyond these 2 years for me and going on to Adon. So with that, Adon, welcome to San Diego.
Thank you, Chair Katz. It's great to be here. Members of the San Diego County Water Authority's Board, General Manager Denham, your staff, and the public, thank you for hosting this visit by our interim General Manager Devin Upadhyay and myself. We are here to brief you about our views about the state of Metropolitan.
Is your mic on? They can't hear you online. I'm sorry.
Oh, let me start again. Well, first of all, thank you very much, Chair Katz. I echo your sentiments, and I'm so happy to be here with the members of the San Diego County Water Authority's Board, the General Manager, Dan Denham, members of your staff, Dave, it's great to see you, and members of the public. Thank you for hosting this visit by General Manager Devin Upadhyay and myself. We are here to brief you about our views of Metropolitan State and the various initiatives, projects, and issues we are encountering, and most significantly, to answer your questions, which is my favorite part. I'd like to begin by praising my colleagues on the Metropolitan Board who represent you. 2 years ago, when I last addressed you, I shared that Directors Goldberg, Smith, Fong Sakai, and Miller, along with former MWD Directors Buckowitz, Hogan, and your former Chair Gary Croucher, forged a strong and endearing bond through the difficult issues leading up to my election as Board Chair in 2022. I want to add my great friend Jim Medaffer to the group, who has been a partner with insight and stewardship for the Colorado River. Chair Katz, Vice Chair Serrano, and General Manager Denham, through your leadership, barriers between our member agencies are coming down, opening new possibilities for greater interdependence in our region that can result in greater reliability, value for our residents, and fiscal health for the entire water supply chain. Together during these last 2 years, we have made great progress and steps that are modernizing Metropolitan in the task of climate adaptation. I organized the board's leadership to reflect the climate adaptation challenge. My vice chair, Gail Goldberg, leads the portfolio of standing committees and a planning task force leading our climate adaptation master plan for water, which will chart the course for the next 100 years. Director Tim Smith has led our Finance and Asset Management Committee, which on Tuesday completed our budget implementation for the next 2 years with a unanimous vote in support, by the way, without abstentions, of our adjustment to the ad valorem tax. This budget effectively sets the stage for stabilizing our revenue. Stabilizing Metropolitan's revenues is key to opening our water supply delivery system that will maximize efficiency of all water sources, including the Bay Delta, Colorado River, and local projects like yours, Pure Water Program, and other local sources in the region. I'm honored to be serving as one of Metropolitan's 2 most senior officials with our board secretary, Lois Fong Sakai. Her early focus on parliamentary procedure set the course for civility on Metropolitan's board that had been a struggle to maintain in the past. This led to broad consensus on our board where possible and magnanimity where necessary. The evidence is in Metropolitan's bond ratings, which, notwithstanding various challenges, are amongst the highest of any public agency in California. In fact, our recent bond sales have been oversubscribed, and we are making upcoming bond sales to a waiting list. This shows that we as a board can make very tough decisions on very difficult topics without acrimony. We're not perfect, but who is? When we have had imperfections, it comes from individuals, increasingly, and not factions. Metropolitan's board knows that we must be the adults in the room if we are to lead the healing among our staff ranks. I can also assert that notwithstanding various blog commentaries, the overwhelming majority of Metropolitan's professionals and field staff are focused on working with your staff and those of our other member agencies, securing that your water gets delivered safe. Director Marty Miller has inspired financial accountability among our colleagues at Metropolitan's board. This is key as we confront the financial realities of Pure Water SoCal, Delta Conveyance, and many other priorities through a new business model. His influence is clear as I hear many of his themes coming from those discussing Delta Conveyance, Sites Reservoir, and he has changed my frame of thinking as well. I'd be happy to explain if any of you are interested in asking about any of the topics I've raised during our question and answer period. I took some risks early in my tenure as chair to show support for the priorities as were expressed to me by your leadership team. The greatest article of my good faith has been placing your delegates in the top Metropolitan Board leadership positions in areas that are pivotal to our long-term harmony, primarily finances. Our recently reopened talks on settling our mutual long-standing litigation was a result of an investment of time and energy by the leadership of both our boards to build trust. Likewise, I have also worked to hold up a bridge to greater trust among those member agencies we once may have regarded as rivals. Your General Manager, Dan Denham, is crossing that bridge. This is a bridge held up high, not just through my efforts, but through Chair Katz, Vice Chair Serrano. Other board chairs are joining that effort. In the last week alone, Chair Phil Pauley of Eastern Municipal Water District followed Chair Katz by joining me on the days where we conduct our meetings in Los Angeles, just like I'm here with you today. And Las Virgenes Chair Jay Lewitt, who's also director at Metropolitan, has also joined at our sides. I owe it to you in San Diego that here's where I'm first announcing that I will stand for re-election for a second term. I don't take your support for granted and propose that we continue holding up and fortifying that bridge to last through the inevitable changes of leadership in the coming months and years. Now I'll hand it off to our interim general manager to give you his update. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Ortega. And thank you, Chair Katz and board members, for inviting us here to talk with you today. I want to echo Chair Ortega's appreciation for the Water Authority's efforts to collaborate with Metropolitan over the past few years. We've worked on Colorado River issues and really managing through the challenges on the river. The Water Authority has been a leader in developing new local water supplies, whether it's advancing ocean desalination, pumped hydro, or pure water projects. And your GM, Dan Denham, is building on that legacy through innovative resource management concepts that work by bringing our agencies together to make the most of our assets and opportunities. I appreciate Dan's thoughtful leadership and the partnership that we're building with these agencies. The fact is that we share many of the same challenges as Metropolitan, and I think we stand a better chance of solving those challenges by working together. In that vein, there's no question that climate change is here, and it's putting mounting pressure on our year-to-year management of our water resources. But sometimes challenges create opportunities, and this was actually the case when we worked together to secure federal support for the System Conservation Implementation Agreement between the Water Authority, Imperial Irrigation District, and Metropolitan. That conserved water supply is one of several that's bolstering levels in Lake Mead right now, and it's helping to meet California's obligations under the interim operating guidelines on the river. This past Tuesday, our board approved new forbearance agreements to continue this conservation partnership and deliver additional water savings for the basin and actually a financial benefit for our agencies. We're going to need to continue to draw on our collective talents and resources to manage Colorado River reductions in the future. A new long-term operating plan, as you all know, is going to be required by 2027 that reflects climate realities that we face. And this past spring, Arizona, California, and Nevada submitted a proposal to reclamation that would help the entire river system be more sustainable for decades to come. But it requires all 7 basin states to account for climate-driven water losses, something that the upper basin states have so far been unwilling to do. We appreciate the Water Authority's efforts to be part of the solution as we seek to build consensus with the other basin states. Now, thankfully, a couple wet years, both in California and on the Colorado River, have helped us to fill storage and given us a little bit of room to negotiate. Going into 2024, our storage was at 3.4 million acre feet in terms of regional balances, the highest we've ever seen. And here in 24, we're going to build on those balances. This is really good for water reliability. I know you all know that, but it also reflects another reality that we're facing, which is reduced demands and declining revenues. As Chair Ortega mentioned, under his leadership, Metropolitan has initiated a new planning process called the Climate Adaptation Master Plan for Water, or CAMP for Water. Building on many decades of experience in water resource planning, Metropolitan began last year working with the Water Authority and other member agencies to more fully incorporate the realities of climate change into our decision-making process. Now, through Camp for Water, we're seeking to develop a portfolio of water investments that increase supply reliability, build a more resilient and regionally interconnected water delivery system, and maintain affordable rates. You might ask, why would we consider any water resilience investments with a decline in demands? Even with our lowest water sales in history, just last year, Metropolitan still delivered 1.2 million acre feet to Southern California. And that doesn't include the additional water that we were moving into storage to prepare for additional dry years. When you depend on the hydrology, the range in hydrology, the State Water Project and the Colorado River Aqueduct can each deliver more than 1 million acre feet of essential water supplies to this region. The challenge, though, is that both systems are forecasted to decline. Whether we make up those losses by building the Pure Water Southern California program, investing in Delta Conveyance, developing new storage, facilitating exchanges of water in our service area, in our distribution system, or some combination of above, it's going to be through the Camp for Water planning process that we make those decisions. Now, how we afford it is a different question. Like many agencies, we're seeing rising commodity prices, higher costs for energy, labor, maintaining our aging infrastructure, and we recognize that our current business model isn't as effective as it once was. We collect most of our revenue through variable water sales, and yet most of our costs are fixed and they're increasing. Addressing this mismatch is another aim of our planning process, to ensure that Metropolitan can sustain our system and the services that we're providing to you. These are the questions of our time, and as we work to answer them, the Water Authority's input is crucial. I'm happy to say that the dialogue at our board and with our member agency general managers is frank, it's candid, and that's what's necessary to confront these decisions. I describe generally the path to resilience that we're looking at in 4 areas. Managing our need for imported water is the first. This is our efficiency programs. This is helping to develop additional local resources with your agencies. Thoughtfully defending our core imported supplies is the second. The fact is, for the foreseeable future, the State Water Project and the Colorado River will continue to be cornerstones of reliability for Southern California. But we have to negotiate new structures in the way that we manage. An example would be on the river. Right now, the guidelines don't allow exchanges across state lines. The future will require exchanges across state lines. That could be a benefit to Metropolitan and San Diego County Water Authority, and we have to negotiate that kind of structure. The third is to increase supply from Metropolitan system, but locally. This is following in your footsteps. What you've done with Ocean Desal and incorporating it into your system, we are now considering with the Pure Water Southern California program, incorporating a third source into our system so it isn't just imported water that we would be managing. And the fourth is modernizing how we manage the system. We need to complete the integration of our system so we can move water from the north to the south, which we can do relatively effectively right now, but also from the east to the west, all the way up into Ventura County, where in the last few years we've realized that that system isn't as integrated as it should be. That kind of investment will also allow us to follow through with exchange concepts of being able to exchange supplies in Metropolitan system more seamlessly throughout Southern California. Finally, I too want to acknowledge that past litigation between our agencies has precluded our progress in collaborating in water resource solutions. I'm hopeful and optimistic that we're going to find a path towards resolution that cultivates our common interests and shared success, building on the best attributes of both our agencies. I want to thank you again for the opportunity to talk with you today and look forward to the Q&A.
We'll start with comments and questions and answers, and we'll start with Director Kennedy.
First, again, thank you both for coming down today, and I echo your sentiments about trying to resolve the long-standing litigation. As most of you know, I've been doing this for a long time and have served as a member agency with Central Basin, then here in San Diego County, but with an agency that's soon to be a part of a different member agency. But one of the things that when you look back in time and you look at the investments in supply the Water Authority were made, as the Deputy Interim General Manager indicated, were made during a time of rising demands. Here we have a situation where in declining demands. Can you pull up that slide? And we spent a lot of time today looking at the Camp for Water forecast. And in my comments earlier, I'm not sure if you were all listening in on your way down, I looked at this chart and it looked very similar to charts that we were shown here at the Water Authority Board over the last 15 years, where we looked at back one, yeah, there, that one, where we see this zigzag line going downward, where you see wet year, dry year variation, and then, but the trend line that's in it shows the overall. It's not. This isn't noise in the signal. The signal is there, telling you demands are going down. Will they go to zero? No, but they are going to go down. But when I see the red lines on top, which I know are indicated that you're going to have lack of supply and extra demand in that scenario, that's a very, very, very expensive place to be. Especially when you're running your rates on volumetric only. You run into a numerator-denominator problem to where the price starts to go way up into the thousands and thousands of dollars an acre foot. Irrespective of what the arguments we might have had in boardrooms and other rooms 25 years ago about the relative elasticity of demand for water, when water gets expensive, people use less. Couple that with the increasing state regulatory efforts on water use efficiency and things like that, this line will continue to go down. Here in San Diego, for probably the last 10 years, there's been a debate amongst this board about, hey, well, no, this is just an anomaly. They're not going to keep going down. it turns out they did continue to go down to where now, as everyone's aware, our demands are less than some of the contracts that we made 20 years ago, 25 years ago. And so you put yourself in a pickle to where water gets very expensive and it gets worse. What I don't want to see is have make the same sort of, I don't want to say errors, because they weren't errors when those decisions that were made, because everybody, and myself included, thought demands would go up. But now we can see they're going down. I don't think that MET needs to be everything to every agency. You know, most MET member agencies, even sub-agencies, have groundwater and other resources. Only a handful who are totally dependent. But I think that you need to not be everything to everyone, and especially when you look at your revenue structure. I know you successfully pushed through the ad valorem tax increase. You're uniquely positioned with the Burns-Porter Act to be able to collect 100% of your state water project costs on the tax rolls, as many other state water project contractors do. And so I would encourage you to do that, to try to find different ways than to pass your costs down to your member agencies, who then pass them down to us retail agencies, which the board members that are my city council of Escondido and the city council of Poway, the board at Rincon, they're the ones who take the heat. You know, we had, how many people we have here for public comment today? Exactly 0. You have a few more at MET every month, but I'm sure some come to talk about other topics. But I think where the rubber meets the road is at the retail level, and that making large investments to try to hit some hypothetical future demand that has a very low probability of actually occurring. I think that we would want you to take a pause on that. And I know our delegates have been emphasizing messages along those lines, but that's the comments I wanted to make. Thank you.
Don, so what would you say to Director Kennedy's observations?
I think they're well taken. I represent the smallest and poorest member of the metropolitan family, the city of San Fernando. We're 4 square miles and only 24,000 residents. So we have our own water department, and so the retail question is key. But I think that notwithstanding what you've just stated, which of course puts a lot of rate pressure, people expect Metropolitan to be there when they need us, just like your customers expect you to be there when they need you. And the fact is that the whiplash isn't only happening with climate change and the weather, it's happening with public opinion. Just 2 years ago, there were various articles about the County Water Authority's foresight in building all of this resiliency, given that so many other places of California were having to ration in a way that you didn't have to. And it wouldn't take much for the current criticism against your agency to switch back to where your leaders. I think that what the County Water Authority did and the criticism that it received for building that kind of reliability in the long term will even out with the new realities of climate change. Where, has anybody read the book, The Black Swan? If you read that book, when you go through trying times, the true test of survival isn't just surviving, it's surviving and being stronger. And so what I think we're in alignment on that, Mr. Kennedy. I think that, for example, when we talk about how do we manage supplies and some of these projects that were promised over the last decade as a balm for suspicions about our region in Northern California, we started talking about pure water as a way to reassure the rest of the state that we were going to be prudent with the supplies that we got through Delta Conveyance, even though Delta Conveyance didn't turn out. On the Colorado River, we've been holding out the promise of pure water as well, Pure Water SoCal. One of the things that the interim general manager and I have been talking to our potential grant funders about is that we start looking at pure water not as a single project, but as a series of projects that basically comprise a new river, a new source of water for Southern California. And what do we do with our traditional sources of water? We manage them. We balance them for things like salinity management and nutrient management. You know, they become part of the operational structure. I believe that if Metropolitan can stabilize its revenues, that we can take what I call a rebalancing of the entire water supply picture in Southern California that includes those local supplies. and that where there is excess, we could move it to places that need it. And I think that if we rebalance the system, we probably wouldn't necessarily have to build as much as you might imagine. And I'll stop here quickly. One of the things that we know already, for example, is that local projects that we have funded have not performed their maximum. Is it possible, as we look at incremental increases in demand or the reduction of our present sources, that instead of building a new project, we build capacity into existing projects that haven't been realized? We start looking at those opportunities. That's where I think CAMP is going to end up. But to get there, we're going to have to go through these considerations that you've raised. I think Director Miller has been very persistent in making those same observations on our board. And I think that over time, when we look at rebalancing the system, we'll be able to address that by maximizing the efficiency of the entire system of Southern California. And it comes down to a greater level of interdependence than we've ever had, where it's not all on Met, it's also on you.
Director Scalzetti.
Thank you, Chair. And just wanted to say thank you to both of you guys for showing up and having these collaborative talks. It's much needed and super respectful to us, as we haven't really got to have this chance before in the last couple of decades. So we really appreciate it. And just also appreciate that you notice that we kind of have the same challenges with fixed rates and having to change the way that we do business. It's just not sustainable the way it was. And I think we're all in the same boat. And so I'm hoping that we all can work together. I think we'll be a lot more efficient as we move forward in the future, to be used as a rubber band to each other to maybe not build some of these projects, big projects, as we all have projects in our own little member agencies around our region here are just about to come on in the next couple of years. So, I just want to say I really appreciate us being able to work together in the next couple of years. I always thought it was not doing a service, us not working together for the last decade or so. So I'm really excited that we're collaborating on a lot of things and working together and having to be able to help each other and help our region here in Southern California, because our the way we're having these challenges, we have the same similarities, and working together is going to be beneficial to all of us. So thanks for coming in and actually sitting down and having this talk with us.
Thank you.
Director McMillan.
Yes, I represent the same agency as Joel. We have the same thoughts. I do appreciate you coming down today. As far as long-term litigation, our agency certainly has pushed for peace there. We always have. We want to work with you. And on your statements on pure water, this is where I have some sensitivities, I'll say. I think everything you say generically really sounds good. The problem is when you apply numbers to it, it becomes very expensive, or you apply probabilities and a few of these other things, and you say, gee, I'm worried about I need another 100,000 acre feet, but I've got 3.2 million storage here, and Dan has another million down here, and we've got million. So it's when we apply, generically and philosophically, they sound good, but when you apply numbers, it gets expensive.
No doubt about that. And pure water isn't the only thing. We have a matter coming before our board in December that we didn't expect when we started the year, of having to spend $145 million to keep the studies on Delta conveyance going. And you know what that means to rate pressures. So it's not just that. The reality of it is that we have the past to contend with. We're turning the page into a new era where we know that climate change is presenting different kinds of challenges to us. You have, for example, I don't know how much support there is in San Diego for Sites Reservoir. And just think about where that is. It's north of the Delta. Metropolitan has an entitlement of 2.1 million acre feet to state water project supplies. Our average is slightly under 900,000 acre feet during the term of our contract. We build, if we participate in the construction of that reservoir, we're parking water north of the delta. And what assurance is there that we're going to be able to move that water south of the delta? I'll give you an example. This year, we have this year we have a 40% allocation. In Southern California, we're so efficient that with a 30% allocation, we're in storage conditions. But there's been several factors that have kept that water from making its way down that we've already paid for to put into storage. So when you look at, like, what's the Hoover Dam of our age? Well, when Hoover Dam was built, the need was to be able to capture water from these rivers and divert it so that we can have the kind of economy that we have today. Our big challenge now, what's holding up prosperity and for us getting our full value for what we already pay for, are regulations. And so I'd like to suggest that Sites Reservoir is a good idea, and just like the federal government paid for the Hoover Dam, they also ought to commit, perhaps with the state, to build Sites Reservoir. Because if we can improve our water quality conditions, we'll get a greater percentage of water that we've already paid for. We pay our state water project obligation whether we get the water or not. And then that reduces pressure of having to turn to other projects or to have to build them as fast to meet the gaps that could occur because of the wild swings that we're having in the environment. So I appreciate your comments. There's a lot of moving parts, and we're going to do our best to try to get the maximum value for our residents. Thank you.
Director Myers.
Thank you. And again, thank you so much for your comments, your presence. Everything you're saying is very helpful and to us in understanding where you folks are coming from, and helps us a lot in our process as well. My comments are going to key in, I think, to some of the conversation that has already taken place. But I want to key on the Camp for Water process. And I know at your last meeting, and I think you've already recognized this, Director Miller has been very articulate in raising concerns regarding many of really the assumptions that are driving that process, and the need to continue to look at those assumptions critically and objectively. And specifically, I know one area that still kind of perplexes me a bit is the continuing reliance on the 2020 IRP and the, I guess you call it the scenario D, which is a very high water use assumption and scenario, which doesn't seem to be tied into the reality of today. And, you know, those assumptions drive the scope, and the scope drives the costs, and the cost drives the rates. So I'd appreciate any comment you have about, I guess, getting more specific about that process and those assumptions and the projections and how MWD is going to address that.
I'll introduce it in a hand. I'm going to just go very high level, and then Devin, I'll kick it off to him. The reason we came up with Camp for Water was because of the 2020 IRP. The 2020 IRP was unlike its predecessors because it depended not on knowing what your baseline was and projecting a gap that we would then fill over the next 5 years. It was scenario planning. And if you examine the tapes of our meetings between 2020 all the way up until 2023, you'll hear references to a business model or a long-term financial plan or an update of the IRP, and nobody knew what that meant because that would happen in 2025. So the first premise of Camp for Water is to put everything in one umbrella so that we know what it all adds up to. And then secondly, because nobody really understood the board's role in decision-making and scenario planning, that was a layer that needed to be discussed. And what you're going to get from Camp for Water at the end of this year is a framework for decision making. We're not at projects yet. We first have to identify what the board's role is in making those decisions. And if you talk to my colleagues on the board, one of the things that we're paying a lot of attention to is, will the evaluative criteria that you've mentioned, based on assumptions, box us in to where we can't act with discretion? I can tell you that's not the intention of developing those metrics. We're inventing something that doesn't exist, which is, how do you decide when you're basing everything on scenario planning, how do you establish the governance procedures so you can make responsible decisions? So I want to hand it to Devin to explain a little more.
Thanks, Chair Ortega. And Director Myers, I think this is a question at the heart of the planning that we're trying to do right now. I know that we were able to bring up that graphic a little bit earlier. It may actually be helpful in answering this question if we're able to do that. But before the scenario approach that we've developed now, we were basically doing one forecast for the future, and we had a bit of a range around it. But the challenge, I think, to Director Kennedy's question earlier is, if that forecast is off and you're planning to the razor's edge, you may overinvest, you may underinvest, and you're not as reliable as you expected. So we decided to go down a path of this scenario planning. Those scenarios are not locked in stone forevermore. We need to update those on regular intervals to, as you had put it, bring in more recent and relevant information to update them. The important thing, though, is they simply inform the board's decision making. So you might look at, let's see, the lower trend on this graphic, scenario A. If we're planning towards that, it might suggest demands are going to be relatively low. You don't have to develop as much. That's something for the board to think about. But then your risk is, if you get hit with one of the higher scenarios, your reliability isn't the same. Your reliability will suffer. So the reason why it's a good tool, we think it's a good tool, is because it allows you to ask the question, is there a way to be adaptive and invest over time so if scenarios C or D, the higher scenarios develop, will still be reliable while not stranding investment if one of the lower scenarios is the outcome we see? That drives decision making that has to be adaptive. Then it leads to Director Miller's commentary at our board. Maybe, Pure Water Southern California, that idea of investing all of it all at once up front, a big 150 MGD facility, maybe there's a way of staging it over time where it's in bite-sized pieces. It isn't all at once, and you're prepared if you need the larger facility later. The other side is business model. How do you collect your revenues? And having a structure that is resilient if you do get the really low demand scenario, and that's what, the outcome that we see. So we're resilient financially under that. You have to do both. That's why I think the chair's idea was a planning process that incorporates the finances with the project decision-making together.
You have a very thought-out process on CAMP. What happens when you've been successful in getting a federal grant for $100 million with a 3-time match that you're going to be needed to have that, and it supersedes finishing the CAMP process?
Is that a hypothetical question?
No, you were successful in getting the 100. You have to match it. And yet this process is going to take much longer than your decision back to the federal government.
We have been successful there. I think that's a very positive thing. It should be a positive thing for our board and agencies. But to achieve that real positive outcome, we have to negotiate a contract with the federal government for that grant that suits our needs. And I think that what you are referring to is a grant that's coming through the large-scale recycled water program. This is the first time that the federal government has stood up that program. They don't have set hard and fast guidelines like they've had, say, for the Title 16 program for many, many decades. So that gives us an opportunity. And in fact, just this last week, we had a discussion with our board about some of the parameters that we would want to see in place that allow us to access that funding in a way that works for us. And an example would be to treat it more like a draw, where our board can say, this is the approach we want to take for Pure Water Southern California. These are our budgeted expenditures. And then for every dollar that we spend on that plan that the board approves, we can get 25 cents from the federal government. And treat it that way, as opposed to having a structure where getting a $99 million grant somehow forces us to make a $400 million decision. So that kind of feedback from the board was very valuable. It gives us the tools to then be able to go negotiate a deal with the federal government on the grant.
Next in the queue, Director Steve Whitburn, and Director Whitburn is also a member of the San Diego City Council.
Thank you very much, Chair Katz and Chair Ortega and GM Upadhyay. Thank you very much for coming down. It is really great to have you here. As my colleagues on this board know, I have repeatedly expressed concerns about rate hikes at the household level. I have constituents who are falling into homelessness for lack of a few $100s a month. You've seen the same studies that I've seen. Were it not for $300 a month, somebody, particularly retirees, older people, could have stayed in their homes. So I want to center the fact that when we pay for billion-dollar projects by raising rates, the people who are hit the hardest are the people who are living on the edge. So I would just implore you, as you plan for the future, that a lot of people, a lot of my constituents, the ones who are really on the margin, simply can't absorb anymore. They just don't have the capacity. Water is crucial, of course, but we can't have people having to choose what rising bills to pay and losing their homes because of it. So I know these are difficult challenges. I know you share those same concerns, but I just wanted to put that out there and appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, like I mentioned earlier, I represent a community that echoes a lot of what you've mentioned. There's something wrong in California when this is the case, and when there's also about 1 million residents that don't have access to safe drinking water at all coming out of their taps. And we have this this sense of caution that was precipitated by Proposition 218. I sat on Senator Dodd's SB, what was it, 441 panel, where we were trying to come up with a low-rate income assistance program. And we did the calculation of how much it would cost to provide that relief. In 2017 dollars, it was $600 million a year. And there have been various efforts to try to come up with a formula for creating a statewide program that covers customers outside of the PUC-regulated utilities, which do have a program to help low-income residents. And the problem there was that we would have some pretty formidable opposition. The funding was comprised of assessing people at the meter, plus taxing bottled water, plus, which costs 1,000 times more than our tap water, and you know, and it was an impossible thing. We can apply ourselves through this issue of Prop 218 to change the psychology of what is a public benefit. Right now, if you tried to subsidize some ratepayers to pay those that can't, well, charge some ratepayers to pay those who need the money, they would say, well, that's a Prop 218 violation. As I mentioned, not everybody in California gets safe drinking water. Every public water utility is responsible for providing safe drinking water. But yet, you, as a resident, are not guaranteed the ability of driving from one edge of the state to the other without encountering unsafe drinking water. And so it's been my argument that it's a benefit to all if we take care of the poorest amongst us all. Because if utilities are not receiving payments because people can't afford their water bill, if there's people in the state that can't afford to treat their water at all, that means 40 million people don't have a guarantee of safe drinking water in California. You only have it where you live. And so I hope that in a second term, if I am given the opportunity, that we can tackle that as an industry to make sure that access to safe drinking water for everybody is considered a general benefit. And perhaps you can raise the funds to secure that right by adding a small surcharge on our property tax bills, 50 cents, so that everybody could have safe drinking water and so that you could have safe drinking water no matter where you find yourself in California. Thank you.
Director Abdullahi.
Thank you, Chair Katz, and welcome to both of you for joining us. Much of my commentary has been mentioned by Director Whitburn, and I appreciate the answer for that, Chair Ortega. Affordability continues to be a concern for all of us, and so I won't repeat what was already said, but one of the things I'm also concerned about, especially when we look at the different components, and I appreciate affordability was included as part of the fifth component, as you're looking at the long-term financial stability of and equity and affordability were also included in the fifth component for the CAMP plan, is also making sure we're not kicking down the road, the can down the road as well. So it's not just about the ratepayers of today, but from an equitable perspective, ratepayers of tomorrow, and making sure that they're not shouldering that pain of what we're having to deal with this interesting time that we're living in, where we're trying to balance out between reliability and affordability and safe cleaning water. So just wanted to echo those points, and I appreciate the answer that you gave to Director Whitburn's concerns that really touch upon all of us. Appreciate it.
If I may just add to that, here's the other one. What's going on in the airline industry? Boeing is producing airplanes that can't hold on to their panels in flight, right? What are the airlines doing? They're saying to Boeing, we cannot afford to have the public not to trust our airplanes. Our biggest cost driver is not these infrastructure things that we're talking about. It's not Pure Water. It's not Delta Conveyance. Our biggest cost driver is treatment. We pay billions of dollars a year to these engineering companies that come in and build these treatment systems. And we do not have a public confidence provision. We pay all the time. In fact, a lot of these costs are unexpected. San Diego, for example, is going to be facing enormous costs for treating for chromium-6. The state just promulgated a new standard of 10 parts per billion. It's going to cost a lot of money. And what's going to happen is that you're going to spend it and your customers are not going to trust it. Our surveys indicate that residents are willing to pay 1,000 times more for bottled water than the third of a penny that they would pay for water coming out of the tap on average in the region. And so I think at some point we're going to have to get smart, and we're going to have to educate the public, because while they're complaining about our rates for water, they're willing to pay 1,000 times more for what they get at the supermarket. Are they really saying it's too expensive, or are they saying that it's not worth it? I'll tell you, my cousin, I was at my uncle's funeral. I had not seen her in years. She lives in the Eastern Municipal Water District service area. She gets a $3 a month treatment surcharge on her water bill, and all she wanted to talk to me about were not memories of our childhood, but her water bill. And she says, why do I have to pay $36 a year for a service I'm not receiving? I said, what do you mean you're not receiving? It's a treatment surcharge. Well, I don't drink their water. I don't trust it. And I asked her, what do you drink? I go to Costco and I buy cases of bottled water. I bathe in your water, but I will not drink this other water. So in any event, I think that in the area of affordability, we have a lot of work in front of us, and one of them is getting a good value for our residents from all the money that we're spending on treatment.
Past Chairman Zephyr.
Well, thank you very much. And again, gentlemen, thank you for being here. To an earlier comment you made, Don, I agree, and the Fed should pay for sites, the Fed should pay for the Delta Tunnel, and the Fed should pay for subsidence. Just at a start. And to Devin, your point, the help getting on pure water, SoCal, agreed. And I'm glad to see that they've, the commissioner stepped up and has brought some initial funds, and it would be great to see that continuing. I'd strongly support a phased approach for pure water SoCal. It's no different than the city of San Diego and what it's doing with its pure water project. It's a phased project starting at 15 MGD and then eventually going to 35. I also would have you all really strongly consider, now that the state rules have changed, to look at direct potable as opposed to just sticking it in the ground, which I understand has been kind of the plan. Couple of comments that I was writing down as I was listening to everybody, focusing, from my world on the Colorado River and what we can do to continue to, if our goal to reduce our demand on the river. I want to first start by thanking you both and, frankly, your board, but I know it's really a staff issue at this point, for working with us on our exchange water delivery flexibility. That's very important for us, as we're doing what we can to try to do our part to help restore and keep water in Lake Mead. And we thank you for that. I would also want to urge you, because we're already paying so much now on transportation with the exchange rate, that as we go forward, whether this be part of the settlement discussion that was referenced, to remove all the add-ons, the bells and whistles that are in that exchange agreement, so we're truly just paying for transportation of our QSA water. I know that's tough from a budget standpoint. I know you rely on a lot of that money, or might, but getting back to what the chair said at the beginning, if we could really start getting the feds to think about what they did in the 30s on Hoover Dam, it'd be a lot easier to take some of those things off of us. But really appreciate you working with us on that flexibility. As you've said before, Don, we're all in this together. Every drop saved on the Colorado River is a drop for everybody, and I just really appreciate all that you're doing in that direction. Thank you so much.
Well, and if I may, in reply, I also want to acknowledge you for something that's, I think, underappreciated that's going on right now, and that's the unity of the lower basin on the Colorado River. And not only that, the unity in California. It's interesting when you go to Washington and you walk into a legislator's office, a congressperson's office, and we're there together to speak the same message. Those meetings end fairly quickly. They're 15-minute meetings. I think many of the veteran members of Congress are used to having IID go in there for an hour, having us go in there for an hour, having the County Water Authority go in there for an hour and not agree on anything and put them on a pickle. But I think it's a great tribute to the leadership that we have on the Colorado River Board, and you in particular, Mr. Medaffer, as the vice chair, that we've been able to keep unprecedented unity in the history of these deliberations since the QSA.
Thank you. Yeah, it is nice when you have IID, MWD, and CWA hand in hand going into meetings, and that has never happened before, and I'm so proud that that trend continues. Thank you.
3 more speakers in the queue. Director Smith.
Yeah, so thank you for being here today. We certainly appreciate it. Thank you for your comments that you've made about the delegates that serve for the Water Authority. One of the things, it's truly a collaboration with your support of us on the board. And when we talk about various issues, you listen, which I think is incredibly important. They say you should, talk once, listen twice. And so being at the board the last several years has been more enjoyable with the recognition as the San Diego County Water Authority as a player. And so I hope that continues. And one of the things that I wanted to hear, or this board to hear from you directly, is your concept of this 100-year runway, which I think is important for us to hear that quick story.
I'll try to make it quick. So people ask, well, what's the vision for Camp for Water? And I ask you to imagine a long runway that goes for 100 years. And in that runway, you have all of the different components of resources lined up. And you get to choose which version of those resources gets to fly at the right time. So for example, I've been saying over the last year, Pure Water is not a single project. It's a system, right? We've got a new Pure Water program going on in Ventura County. We have it in Orange County. We have it in San Diego County. Which one goes first? Do you really have to build out the full capacity of what was envisioned several years ago to be Pure Water SoCal in Carson? There's more than one way to do Delta conveyance too. And if you're looking at adaptive management, you really have to look at the design. I asked staff not too long ago, if we were to have a 1,000-year flood situation in the State Water Project area out by Oroville, threatening to flood Sacramento, how much water would we be able to evacuate from Lake Oroville to make room for the incoming flow in the Delta Conveyance Project is currently designed? The answer was 1/2 inch. San Diego would flood. We would have spent the money, and what are people going to say? All these people that are against Delta Conveyance will say, oh, you failed us. You built it too small. You should have built 2 tunnels. And we're going to go down that rabbit hole. So in the 100-year runway, you look at it a little differently. You launch the most prudent first, knowing that in any scenario that becomes extreme, we might have to make all the airplanes fly. Thank you.
Director Lyons, and Director Lyons is also a member of our of the Encinitas City Council. Okay. Director Lyons.
Yes, thank you, Chair Katz. Thank you, Chair Ortega. It's been a pleasure getting to know you over the last few months, and I don't know you as well as some of my colleagues do, but I'm appreciating hearing your thoughts today. And it's nice to also meet you, Interim Director Apatay, and I'll work on that pronunciation. I just simply wanted to conclude something that I hadn't heard my colleagues express yet, but I think from my perspective, it's understanding our needs and working shoulder to shoulder together as we move forward in decision making. So understanding our needs, but then also understanding our strengths. And we absolutely do have strengths. We've made some very smart decisions. We've got amazing strengths. So where are the fundamental barriers? Where are some of the obstructions? I heard it mentioned just a little bit earlier about exchanges across state lines are not allowed. And I'm understanding some details around that, so I can't say I'm speaking to it with a depth of knowledge, but what are our neighbors' needs, and how can we overcome some of these fundamental structural challenges that are in our way so that we can really play from our strengths? And so I want us to think about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Heidemann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Adon and Devin. It's good to see you here, and talking about the issues is kind of fun and exciting, but I want to focus really on the relationship piece because I think that's really, really important to me. I want to compliment you guys and thank you for appointing our delegates to leadership roles. I think that says a lot, and that's very important. You know, we've got a lot of things going on, but I think for us, settlement is really important for me personally. So I'd like to see that move forward expeditiously, and it's really important for us to kind of move past that if we want to get some real work done. So, Devin, I know that you were recently appointed interim. I've heard. I know you're a very capable man. Excited for your future, and I know working with Dan should bear some fruit. So, very excited to have you here. But I really think that this relationship is really important, and I look forward to you guys cultivating that moving forward. So, thank you.
Thank you. If I may add, I think that we've stated it already in our comments, but your leadership of this board has been key to that. In the advent of reopening our negotiations, we had Chairman Katz and the General Manager at our board, and we've been having other board presidents join us in the same manner, building on that. I think that what I'm getting from the member agencies is that there's a lot of good faith out there and a lot of hope for putting some of the more emotional elements of the past behind us. And I think that your general managers, astute, well-studied, and gracious exchanges with the other member agencies is paying off in dividends. In fact, he got very good reviews just about a week ago tomorrow. He was over at Eastern Municipal Water Districts, and I think it was the Inland Empire Orange County Caucus, where he spoke to them. San Diego hadn't been there in years. And so I just want to echo your sentiments. I think they're mutual. Thank you.
And the last speaker on the queue, Director Arant.
When I met Devin Uptehe, or Upatehe, or however he pronounces it.
Oh, ask me. I'll tell you.
30 years ago. And what has not changed is the way we look. We look exactly the same. Thank you for that. But what has changed in the water world, and I think we both thought that water was complex in 1995. No. Water is really complex today. And it really mitigates against managing and planning in silos. We have to plan together to deal with these complex problems. I feel confident in leadership I see today from Metropolitan. Hope it continues, and look forward to getting the family back together and moving forward to solve a lot of these very complex issues that face us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Arant.
Interim Director Upatehe, would you like to say anything about that?
No, thank you very much. And Director Arant, there's great history here between our organizations, and we're working to rebuild that. And to the earlier question about settlement and the path forward, expedience, focusing on the life beyond settlement, assuming that we achieve that, that actually starts now. The discussion that Chair Ortega shared is that your GM right now is plugged in with the other agency managers in a way that I haven't seen in years. And that isn't, and I'm going to put words in your mouth, Dan, but that isn't assuming that the settlement just happens. That'll be tough. But it's assuming that once that's done, you've got to continue to work with the agencies together to do what you're saying, this co-management and co-planning together. So I think we're taking the actions together as agencies, and all that's left is that settlement to actually happen, and then we just continue to move on.
Before we close out this section of our board meeting, I thought I'd throw it to our general manager for some comments.
So first of all, settlement's going to happen. Right. I want to thank both of you for, of course, being here. I want to thank you for the integrity that both of you bring to your positions and how you carry yourselves. I think that the leadership at the top of any organization is important. It's the true north, right? And we need a successful Metropolitan, and the two of you at the top, I think, is going to bring us there. I have to say, in my 20 years here, roughly at the Water Authority, I don't know what it's going to be like to work together. I mean, we've always been in conflict, and I'm really excited. I mean, if you think about from the jump of the QSA, it was San Diego and IID sort of in conflict almost instantly, and we put Metropolitan in the middle of that. Fast forward a little bit, we had our conflict, and we put IID in the middle of our conflict. And now the three of our agencies together, I'm just really excited for the future and what we can do for California. So thank you for your leadership, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And I'll throw it to Adon and Devin for any final words.
I think I've said enough, and you all have been very gracious. I was happy to be here 2 years ago. I'm glad to have an opportunity today, and depending on how things go in October, I'll be back. Thank you.
Devin?
No, thank you so much for having us here today. It's great to get the feedback from you all, and look forward to continuing to work together.
Great. We really, Dan and I and Nick went up to Los Angeles and got to sit at the dais as part of their board meeting. Really enjoyed it. And the thing that Dan and I said that I think resonated the most of any of our comments were that we really need to be looking at water and everything that we do as a regional approach. And that is something that I know Adon and I know Devin really believe in. And the key is, how do we do things looking at a regional approach and still be fair to all of the different agencies that want to be part of the solution but can't pay for things that they don't get. So it's going to be a very interesting discussion going forward with having the regionalization hat on. And we really appreciate both of you coming down here, and we really enjoy the cooperation and the newfound cooperation of Metropolitan and San Diego County Water Authority. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to continue. We have the retirement of directors, and there are two directors that are retiring. Director John Simpson, Camp Pendleton Marine Corps Base, and also Director Kyle Swanson, Padre Dam. And we have resolutions of the Board of Directors for the San Diego County Water Authority honoring John Simpson upon his retirement from the board, and a resolution honoring Kyle Swanson upon his retirement from the Board of Directors.
So
I'll
move.
entertain a motion.
So move.
And is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Kelly, will you call the roll?
Director Acosta?
Yes.
Chair Katz?
Yes.
Director McMillan?
Yes.
Scalzetti?
Yes.
Secretary Hilliker?
Yes.
Director Leahy?
Yes, and I wanted to speak and just thank Mr. Simpson for his dedication for all these years.
Thank you. Director Myers?
Yes.
Director Smith?
Yes.
Quaylen?
Yes.
Heidemann? Hurst?
Aye.
Bays?
Like a thank you for being.
Abdullahi?
Yes.
Bukowitz?
Yes.
Fong Sakai?
Aye.
Medaffer?
Yeah.
Steiner? Vespi? It's not Vespi. Whitburn?
Yes.
Lyons?
Yes.
Hogan?
Here? Yes. Yes.
Arant?
Voting on Mrs. President Sperber Moore, yes.
Miller? Ray?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Great. And then with the retirement of directors, we also have the appointment of directors. And we have the appointment of William Ike, known as Bill, Camp Pendleton Marine Corps Base, and the appointment and credentials for Director Ike, Camp Pendleton Marine Corps Base, with a term ending January 12th, 2026, and the appointment of Director Rocky Quaylen, Padre Dam, with the term ending January 11th, 2029. And we welcome you both. And it doesn't take a motion, so thank you so much. Chair's report. Be real brief on this. Just a reminder that our next meeting is on September 19th. It's a Thursday, September 19th, so that's moved up 1 week. We've been announcing it, but please mark it down. And then also, we want to congratulate one of our founding members, the Lakeside Water District, for 100-year anniversary. And they had a great celebration 2 Saturdays ago. It was emceed by their chair, who is our secretary, Secretary Hilliker, who did an amazing job. Great turnout. From our organization, we had Neil Myers there, Joel Scalzetti there, Ditas Yamani was there, and myself. And it was really a great presentation. Anything you want to mention about Lakeside in 100 years?
100 years and 100 more. Thank you very much for everybody that came and all the support we got in resolutions from everybody's district. Thank you.
Great. Chair, new officers for our organization. The deadline passed on August 9th. And we have 3 nominations for Chair, Nick Serrano, for Vice Chair, Frank Hilliker, and for Secretary, Joy Lyons. In September, we will vote, and we will take each office separately. We will open it up for any nominations from the floor, and then there will also be the formal nominations of Nick Serrano, Frank Hilliker, and Joy Lyons. That will take place at our September meeting. We will now report out on our committee meetings.
We'll just get that up on the screen. Okay, LPO adopted a position of support on the Federal Improving Atmospheric River Forecasts Act. Imported Water adopted a resolution honoring CRB Executive Director Chris Harris on his retirement after 24 years of service. Water Planning and Environmental approved the amendment to the contract with eSource Companies, LLC, to extend the term of the contract through June 30, 2027, increasing the contract amount by $100,000 for a new not-to-exceed amount of $250,000. E&O awarded a contract to Simpson, Gumpertz, and Heger, Inc., for a not-to-exceed amount of $1 million for a period of 3 years with an option to extend 2 years. They also authorized the Second Amendment to the contract with the City of San Diego for a period of 5 years for a not-to-exceed amount of $500,000, increasing the authorized cumulative contract time from 10 years to 15 and the cumulative amount from $565,000 to $1,065,000. ANF adopted a resolution establishing an amount due of $3,290,201.51 from the City of San Diego for the in lieu charge for fiscal year 2025. And they conducted the public hearing and adopted a resolution approving amendments to the San Diego County Water Authority's Local Conflict of Interest Code. That concludes the committee reports, Chair Katz.
Great. I'll entertain a motion for the consent calendar 9.1 through 9.8.
So moved.
Director Miller, seconded by Director Arant.
Director Acosta.
Yes.
Chair Katz.
Yes.
Director McMillan. Yes. Scalzetti.
Yes.
Secretary Hilliker. Director Yamani. Has left. Leahy.
No on 9.4, abstain 9.7, yes on balance.
Thank you. Myers.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Quaylen.
Yes.
Heidemann has left. Director Hurst. Director Hurst.
Aye.
Thank you. Director Bays has left. Director Abdullahi.
Yes.
Buckowitz.
Yes.
Fong Sakai.
Aye.
Madaffer.
Yes.
Steiner. Vespi.
I'd like to recuse on 9.5 and 9.7 and yes on the balance.
Thank you. Director Whitburn.
I will also recuse on 9.5 and 9.7 and yes on the balance.
Thank you. Lyons.
Yes.
Hogan.
Yes.
Arant.
Yes.
Miller.
Yes.
Ray.
Yes.
Thank you. The consent calendar passes.
Great. We will now move on to item 10, which is the amendment to the General Counsel's contract. Everyone had in their packet the General Manager's contract, and on the screen in a second will be the amendments to that contract. So the officers met with the General Counsel and went over his review, and based on going over his review and with input that we had from the Board of Directors, these are the amendments to the General Counsel's contract. We're extending the term of the employment agreement to October 2nd, 2028. The next performance evaluation date will be October 2025, which will be the anniversary of annual anniversary of his employment. Vacation accrual rate increased from 5.53 to 6.7, many numbers, equivalent to 18 years of service with the Water Authority, effective July 1st, 2024. And a salary for July 1st, 2024 through October 2nd, 2025 shall be increased by 7%, 5% COLA plus 2% for merit. Director Steiner? I'm sorry, can you repeat that? And with us and helping me here is okay. And one item that we forgot to put on here was the agreement of the $5,000 for the executive's health exam, up to $5,000. Correct. Okay, Director Scalzetti.
Hi, just thank you, Chair, for letting me comment on it. I know that it's a budget time, budget year, and I appreciate what we're putting forward to the General Counsel, but I hope we make it up to him in the next couple of years.
Great. We have these amendments plus the executive health exam up to $5,000. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Director Steiner, seconded by Director Arant. If you'll call the roll, please, Kelly.
Director Acosta.
Yes.
Chair Katz.
Yes.
Director McMillan.
Yes.
Scalzetti.
Yes.
Secretary Hilliker.
Yes.
Director Leahy.
Yes.
Myers.
Yes.
Quaylen.
Yes.
Hurst.
Aye.
Abdullahi.
Yes.
Buckowitz.
Yes.
Fong Sakai.
Aye.
Madaffer.
Yes.
Steiner.
Yes.
Vespi. Whitburn.
Yes.
Lines.
Yes.
Hogan.
Yes.
Arant.
Yes.
Miller.
Yes.
Ray.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Great, thank you. And thank you, General Counsel. Any comments?
No, thank all of you. Found a home. It's been great. Thank you.
Okay. Special reports, General Manager's report.
Just very quickly, I wanted to let you all know that we have been in contact and contacted by State Water Project Contractors, or General Manager. We're going to have her down to give a presentation in imported water at some point in the coming months, as well as the Department of Water Resources, so that we can have a more informed conversation about Delta conveyance. So look for that on future agendas.
Okay. General Counsel's report?
Nothing to report.
Okay, no SANDAG reports, no compliance reports. We will now go into closed session,
Special Counsel Fred Galante will take us into closed session.
If there are members of the public or staff on the Zoom call, please exit now.